if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. Fix our own mistakes. You make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes.
crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit, that crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over lit, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a coat, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, that crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Shaking on relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Get it.
Welcome everyone to the MSI 2023 bracket stage live from the Copper Box Arena in London. Today kicks off a marathon in this double elimination bracket with 14 best of fives coming up in the next 13 days. It's an absolute pleasure to see G2 and Gen G take to the stage for what will be the first bracket stage matchup. Mickey is feeling frisky, and that's exactly what we love to see. Caps looks even better than his picture. How can it be? And Broken Blade naps even better here than he does at home. Hopefully not when he gets into lane, though. My name is Shox, and it's an absolute pleasure to arrive here in London, and I am joined by Chronicler and Mark on the desk.
More like you're joining me. I've been here this whole time. You two just got here.
Yeah, so how has it been?
It's been really good. I really love the stage. I'm glad you guys get to finally see it in person. The Mortal Kombat arena, as I've been calling it.
Everyone was telling me how it looks even better in person. So do you too. So that's great.
Hey,
yeah.
let's go.
I'm a really big fan. I came in hot from Korea, and there weren't Korean teams before, so I was like, I can.
That's why you didn't show up?
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to join you, but...
Yeah, I see.
It was
but
comfortable.
as you mentioned it, the two Korean teams do get to start in the bracket stage, but a couple of the teams did have to go through the play-ins. BLG, G2, and Golden Guardians, they advanced. Mark, no surprises there in terms of who qualified, at least.
Yeah, the teams that made it out, not a surprise, but it was still a great play-in with some upsets that happened. The LLA and CBLOL picking up their first international best-of series wins was absolutely huge, and I think some of the way the teams looked was different than people were expecting heading in?
Most notably for me was Golden Guardians. I think BLG, as expected, G2 as well, really showcasing the early game dominance on the international stage. But Golden Guardians were not just able to take a win off BLG, but the way in which they did it, I think, was really impressive. One of the most often heard criticism that we've seen of NA teams is that they can be very passive. And I was really happy to see a team where even if it didn't work out, like a certain bot dive, they kept trying to make plays. And I do think that that is something that you need to do at this level of play.
You agree?
I absolutely agree. I think for a lot of people, there was maybe some underestimation of Golden Guardians. I'm glad they stepped up and made it through. But of course, they are in some trouble now when you look at the main stage.
So this is where we had the draw. Thank you, Odo Omni, did us a solid there. And I know there's a lot of doom and gloom about it because, well, you know, not a lot of interregional matchups straight off the bat, at least when we fall down probably to a lower bracket for one or the other team. We'll see. But is there any hopium? Is there any copium? You don't need any copium, I don't think, because Gen G and T1, they look pretty good.
They're pretty good. And hey, we in the LCK get treated to Gen G T1.
Yeah?
It used to be a lot. Now it's twice as much because we have a double elimination bracket. So now you guys can enjoy that as well.
That's true.
Which
so
is nice.
The rematch might be interesting to see, Mark. I
if
think
it
it's
happens.
More for
I don't want to jinx anything.
if it happens. But
The
for
rematches aren't happening. The amount of times you get a perfect bracket where someone is able to predict everything based off the favorites almost never happens. You know, you always have like the pick'ems that people somehow never get the perfect one. So I'm sure some upset will happen eventually.
If you need some hopium, also the Mad Lions, you know, everyone was mad at them because they were going to get here on championship points, and everyone said no, we don't want them, and then they won the split over everyone else. Does that mean they'll do well here?
Of course.
I don't know.
It's the theme of the tournament. Defy.
I don't know. Defy. Out of those 4 matchups, who you would say there are some huge favorites, is there one that you think, okay, this could be the upset matchup?
I'm going to go before Mark. I think it's C9 BLG. I don't
Okay.
know
I
don't know what he's thinking, but I personally think that even though BLG was a force in play-ins, they did have some flaws in their play that I think can be exploited. Now that is LPL teams in play-ins, and they have been known to take those a little bit easier. But I also think that C9 have actually looked very, very strong, and could be an opportunity for you guys.
It's definitely G2 Gen G. Gen G are frauds. G2 are the greatest Western team ever. That's where the upset's coming from.
This guy's leaving tomorrow, so
this is my last broadcast on MSI, so see you guys.
Saying everything. But thank you for bringing it up. Today's first matchup in the bracket stage is the LCK champion Gen G facing off against G2 Esports from the LEC. So let's start by talking about the LCK champion. Quite an upset, right? Beating T1.
Basically, no one predicted that Gen G would win. In addition, they got pretty handily beaten in the upper bracket finals, so seeing this team actually get back-to-back finals, as they were, of course, the defending champion after last year's summer, is remarkable, particularly given the fact that they lost Ruler, a player that was so important to the power level of this team.
Yeah, he was kind of the team's franchise player. It felt like the transition from Samsung to Gen G as the organization name. He was there through all of that. He was the de facto best AD carry in most people's minds. And so to have him leave your org, you think, oh no, it's doomed. This can't possibly be the winners again, can it, Chronicler?
Well, no. No one thought so, except actually Faker at the beginning of the split. Was the only one who predicted it.
That's true. So if Ruler leaves, then someone else takes his place, Pays, who I think was quite impressive in those series when the heat was on.
I have been fanboying Pays for about a year. I'm a big Challenger fan, and this guy is insane. He's been insane. For the record here, this was one of the first games that he played last year in Challenger Summer, where he got a Quadra and a Penta. His team was 5k gold behind when the Quadra came in, gets the Penta here as we end up the game. And after he's left, the Challenger team currently in 8th place, so they really miss him being there. But the fact that he has been able to maintain such a level of play in the LCK, to me, is crazy, because we've seen a lot of really talented players from Challengers come in and then kind of be unable to deal with the higher level of play. And this guy is not playing like a rookie.
No, absolutely not. He's done such a good job stepping in, filling those kinds of shoes as the bot lane carry and a consistent carry for the team. And a lot of people stepped up around him, too, in that finals. That was such a surprise. But Pays, I think, is kind of the X factor for why they were able to repeat their titles.
He's only 17 years old. Chronicler, for people who haven't watched that much LCK, how does Gen G win their games?
The style was very similar to what they used to play before, which was, I think, one of the reasons why they look so comfortable.
But people may also not have watched that, so what is that?
Hey, if you watched Worlds, then you might have seen him. But they play heavily around the bot side of the map. Doran is a player that generally doesn't get a lot of resources in draft, even though he did definitely step up when finals came around. So through Chovy being a very stable mid, they get bot lane ahead, and then they out-team fight anyone in the LCK.
That's true, and maybe anyone at MSI as well. Their first matchup is up first is G2 Esports from the LEC, who were the champions back in winter, but spring was a bit rougher for them, and maybe it was a godsend that they had to go through play-ins to test out Metal.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were disappointed in multiple members. Broken Blade in the top side, people were kind of doubting EU top laners. Caps had a rougher spring split than people are used to seeing, and the thought that he would step up massively in playoffs didn't quite pan out for fans of G2, but in play-in stage, they were incredible. Broken Blade was absolutely smurfing a lot of those games. Caps has gone back to a lot of this facilitator style, playing around Yike, locking that Nautilus mid, and kind of pushing the meta forward, and creating a lot of questions for how this series is going to go.
For people that aren't as familiar with G2, it's not as much the Cap show as it is the Yike show these days.
And I was really impressed by Yike. I think that both domestically and also what we saw at MSI thus far, G2, when they get ahead, look amazing. Really deep invade, centered around Caps. Obviously, on the Nautilus was the most iconic one, right? Like really facilitative, trying to play together with his jungler, and then really putting the enemy team on the back foot.
Yeah, Yike new to the international stage, but it is a battle of the veterans in the mid lane as Caps and Chovy are facing off in the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, the mid lane will be the center of our attention as two legendary players go head-to-head, Caps and Chovy.
Great little charm here from Chovy. As Zeus finds himself the shock blast. Chovy still needs to be careful. He flashes to get the orbit deception, and that's the solo kill. Caps on this Nautilus. It's doing so much damage. Caps, they've got the stopwatch and it's Hino. He's saved.
Last time they faced each other was 2019 Worlds when Chovy defeated Caps in the group stage, but Caps went on to make the finals. The back-to-back LCK winner is making his debut on the MSI stage where Caps once lifted that trophy. But that was a long time ago, and Chovy will look to conquer the international stage just like he did the LCK.
I like that you said that. That was a long time ago. Get your eyes checked if you think that this matchup is going to look similar to what it did back when they met.
I didn't quite say all of that. There's some words in my mouth.
That's what you said. You said, EU fans, stop being freaking delusional. No. Open your eyes. This is the... No,
yeah, I heard him say it.
I heard him say it too. At least always in the green room. Anyways, the last time that they did meet Caps and Chovy was when G2 played Griffin at Worlds 2019, but that could as well been in the last century with how long ago it was.
Yeah, very different team. Very, very different era of league as well, where Europe was actually at the front run and Korea was having a really, really rough time. And even within like the last year, I think we've seen both of these players develop so much from what they used to be before. In Chovy's case, I think by necessity. In Caps' case, also because of the jungler that he got, which has been so successful in carry junglers. So I'm really excited to see how these current iterations of these players face off.
Yeah, Chovy is always incredibly solid, and I think for Caps, a lot of people were a bit disappointed with how it went at the end of the spring split over in the LEC. But Mark, as Chronicler says, there was a lot of style changing going on, definitely cleaned up for the play-ins.
Definitely feels like there's been a level of experimentation out of the G2 camp, and Caps as kind of the engine in a lot of ways for the team, being a very adaptable player, able to change it up. There's a reason he's considered the Western GOAT effectively. He was a bit more craps in playoffs than claps, but in the play-in stage has done so well, kind of playing that facilitator style, roaming around the map and trying to accelerate Yike or Hans or other people around the map.
Yeah, definitely so. If we pull up the champions that these two like playing that aren't necessarily in the meta, but maybe are in their own personal meta. We know that from Caps, it's been absolutely crazy. How has it evolved for Chovy is what we want to know.
Well, I think that Chovy internationally and domestically has been very different.
Yeah.
His last international tournament, if you did watch, it was mostly Azir duty. Not very entertaining, but this is a guy who, ever since he debuted, has been known to just randomly pick, set, or Ornn, or was the one who actually debuted the K'Sante mid, right? And that type of creativity is something that I think Caps was a really big kind of the one who started that back in 2019.
Yeah, Caps has always been doing it, but Chovy deserves more credit for that. And I think recently in the finals, he showed more to the roaming playstyle on things like the Lissandra and whatnot. Chovy is not the same player as just like sitting in mid lane. People criticize him as choky when he just like picks this range mage matchup and just is pretty uninteractive. And I think it was really cool to see him working more with his team around the map and can maybe be warmed up to kind of match Caps if that's the playstyle they both go to.
Yeah, I guess for both of these teams, it's now to see if on the international stage against the best in the world, all the adaptations they have made is going to pan out. Let's look at the top lane in that regard as well. If you've got Doran up versus Broken Blade. Doran, who's just been on such an upward trajectory and had a phenomenal finals against T1.
Doran is such a special player because he's been kind of oscillating between a top that's under and overrated, depending on when you look at him.
What day?
But at finals, he was one of the biggest reasons why T1 fell to Gen G. He was incredibly stable. His first 2 Gragas games were series defining. Even when T1 started to try and ban it away, it wasn't enough, right? But in the same series, he also got solo killed by a Sion. And that's kind of duality of Doran and something that you really have to embrace. But if he hadn't performed the way he did, I don't know if Gen G would be the #1 seed here.
Yeah, the fact that Doran stepped up in finals was huge, playing kind of the weak side style, and it's something that in the play-in stage, Broken Blade has gone very heavy into carries. He has absolutely smurfed some of these games on the Darius, on the Olaf, and it'll be kind of a bend or break for the side of Doran. If you just look at this totally not cherry-picked graphic of stats, there's no difference in level of competition between LCK Spring and the play-in stage. Sample size,
Mark, it's
what's
the last time we saw them.
I've never heard of it. Yeah, it's just the last time we saw them. So, you know, Broken Blade looks like he's going to smash Doran here. How do you feel, Chronicler?
Hey, I have faith in my boy Doran. He's going to be fine. Stats don't matter.
They got the...
Look at this. Love it. Anyways.
Chronicler's shaking in his boots.
You know, all jokes aside, this is really interesting. There has been a really big discussion in Europe overall for kind of all the top laners about whenever we get to these international tournaments, we get our teeth kicked in, and then we don't know what to do because we're not used to playing these carries as much, so I feel like this is going to be a great litmus test for the side of GG as well.
Yeah, and the thing about a lot of the Korean tops too is that they still play the carries. Like, Jace is still one of the most played champions for Doran.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Doran can't play carries. It's how often with Gen G drafts go, he's the one that will always say, hey, R4 me K'Sante or Gnar, something that isn't interesting or interactive, but will allow the rest of his team to perform to the best.
And it will always work out very, very well. Let's see who the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions each day. You can head over to @MasterCardNexus on Twitter to participate. Gen G 43.6, G2 56.4%. What?
Actual factual statements here. Like I said, this is an easy G2 3-0. I don't know why anyone would say anything else.
I'm actually afraid because you are... You know, you're joking around a lot that people are going to walk away, and I'm going to read on Reddit that you're extremely biased and so on. Let's be clear, G2 are huge underdogs in this matchup.
I would say so. I think the #1 seed of the LCK can have some expectations that come with that title. Okay, but who am I to go against? No, it's Gen G. Of course it's Gen G. Come on!
Why should they be so favored?
Because they have Chovy.
Okay.
They have Chovy. Like, this guy has evolved from being not just a great laner to being an all-around carry, and he's going to show Caps who's boss today.
Okay, and you don't get to say anymore because you're just trolling on the desk.
I'm serious.
It's time to kick off this MSI 2023 bracket stage marathon. Which team will rise up and run this double elimination bracket? Gen G versus G2 starts right now.
항상 우승 후보였지만 맨날 계속 준우승을 해서 이번 MSI는 강자의 마인드보다는 뭔가 좀 도전자의 입장으로 생각하고 게임을 할 것 같습니다.
My revenge. Biggest now.
I have conquered Europe. Now, time for the next step. Nunca subestiméis el milagro.
Lost Bracket is in a weak region, and I think this is one of the best teams that we've had.
We will never stop fighting for NA.
Heavy is the hit, that crown sheet soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Funny on my head, cause I'm lawless.
I think nowadays the narrative is that the West can never win, so I would like to prove those people wrong.
일단 제가 LPL이란 팀에서 이렇게 FL을 오게 될 자신을 상상을 못했는데 와서 LCK 팀들이랑 공연하니까 뭔가 감회가 새롭고 不管面对哪个队友吧，我们都会全力以赴就去迎接他们。 프로게이머를 처음 시작하면서 제일 잘하고 싶다는 걸 목표로 삼고 시작했던 것 같아요. 지금은 나의 시대야.
London, please welcome to the stage the Spring LCKL champions and their opponents, the most decorated team in the LEC, Gen.G and G2 Esports! This is my destiny, this is my moment. I am the one, I am the chosen. Hello everyone and welcome to the MSI bracket stage. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Azael and Vedi for our first best of 5 of 14 in a row.
Yeah, that is crazy to think we have 14 best of 5s. The other MSIs had only 3. We've almost got 5 years worth of MSI that's going to be packed into these next couple weeks.
And without hesitation, gentlemen, we're already into the draft. Gen.G will be on the blue side, G2 on the red. We are seeing the Nautilus taken away, a repeated ban that we've seen so far here at MSI against G2, with the Olaf taken away from Broken Blade, the Annie being banned away by G2, the Cassante respect being shown to Gen.G once again. We saw this consistently in the finals when T1 was playing up against Gen.G as well.
Yeah, I mean, flex pick's kind of the name of the game here, taking away the Nautilus, the ability to flex that to mid. Cassante is that same thing. It is going to be a blue side Rakan ban here. Something that had been getting banned quite a bit in play-ins you were talking about, Vedi.
Yeah, I think that Rakan has so much power on the red side, and this Aphelios for Pays. I was wondering where it was going to fall in the draft, and Gen.G is saying we can first pick it. No Xayah Rakan available for G2. Will they try and respond with the Jinx, or will they look to lock in themselves something like the Vi, which we've seen being a very powerful pick here at the tournament?
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, Thresh, another option here that they're going to have to watch out for.
Oh, the Draven! Oh, he's got through!
Oh,
the Draven! Summons
Draven! On average, a 2.3k gold lead at 14 minutes on this champ.
And this was actually, we were just talking about pick ban earlier. This was by far the most banned champion against G2 throughout spring and winter split. Over 80% of the games, it was banned against him. No ban thrown towards him for this first game, and he's going to be able to grab it, and they're going to go for the Nidalee. So this is already gas pedal, all early game. Going to try to be able to snowball this game very, very quickly, and I think that's where G2 excels, and I think that's where they really want to look
when they're going up against a massive opponent like Gen G.
Well, but now there's a window for Gen G to just get themselves the Ahri as well. Aphelios, Vi, Ahri is like the stock standard meta, and it will be going into the hands of Chovy as well.
But when has G2 ever been someone to play by the meta, right? This is a team that has defied expectations throughout all of their history, has been defined by picks like Pyke Top and crazy things like that. So, you know, I think for G2, it makes sense to buck the trends, go towards what you are really strong on, and to what your opponents are going to have less practice against.
And especially since Gen G are so good in the mid to late game, I think a lot of analysts came into this thinking G2 need to do stuff in the early game, need to have, as you say, their foot on the gas, and alongside something like Alessandra, who does have that level 6 lockdown potential, the Nidalee can do a lot of work.
My biggest question, though, is who's going to be their AD pairing top, right? Because Olaf has already been banned out. If I'm Gen G, I'm banning multiple AD top laners here to try to force either, you know, a poor AD pick top or a triple AP top side, which is horrible for G2. So you can ban out things like Jace, you can ban out things like potentially Aurelia. You know, I want to see where BB is actually willing to go. Would he go to the Darius even?
That's what I was thinking. The Darius obviously a possibility, but he has also brought out Pantheon and Akshan. They haven't always worked, but BB does have a slew of AD champs he can look towards.
If I'm G2, I'm looking at a Gragas ban right now. I think that Renekton seems like the best option for you in terms of blind top side. But remember that you ideally want to play towards your bot side of the map. Draven is where you want to try and get ahead. The Nidalee Renekton combo is tried and true in terms of finding success top. But to me, this heavily suggests that G2 want to try and find advantages to their bot lane 2v2.
We have to remember, you know, G2's on red side. They don't actually need to blind top, right? They should probably 5th pick it here unless they are really going to try to actually play for, you know, that bot lane counter pick, and that is an option here. You know, Mickey could wait to actually see what support is going to be locked in. We know Thresh has been banned away by Gen G, so that's not going to be available here for Mickey, but it also won't be available for Delight to try to keep pace safe on this Aphelios.
I also think if you're Gen G in this situation, you're probably looking towards the Gragas top, who is hard to play into. He's got good escapability. Doran's played him incredibly well through the playoffs, did really well in finals as well, and now with the Poppy, the Jace, and the Gnar removed, I think we are moving towards a Gragas for Gen G.
And I am a little bit concerned here, you know, for G2, because I think
you're not the only one, is that
Gragas up. To me, that was by far Doran's best champion, right? You know, he was dominating Zeus in the finals on that, but throughout playoffs, I believe he's undefeated on it. And they're just going to slap down the Darius. I mean, he's kind of saying, you know, what is Doran going to actually play into me that punishes this? Doran is not going to go for some crazy counter, but he's a very stable guy. I just expect to see Gragas and just try to actually answer that and mitigate that lane. Gragas is difficult to punish. You know, he has so much sustain with his passive, so much mana built up. Delight looking towards an engage pick, which really is his specialty. This guy does shine on the Leonas, on the Rakans. That is his bread and butter.
Leona's also really good into Draven because you know where he's going to be. The only issue is he can knock you back from your Zenith Blade as you go forward, but you can Solar Flare where that axe is going to land and you know you're going to lock him down. Gen G currently hovering a carry top. Fiora for Doran wouldn't be his regular wheelhouse, but would be very exciting.
I would be surprised if it's going to get locked in.
Isn't that good into Darius?
In the late game. It's actually a really tough matchup early on, but he's going to actually just slam this down. That is a lot of confidence here for Doran. And I'm so curious to see where Mickey is going to go. Is he going to try to go, you know, some sort of an answer to actually really deal with this Leona?
I was thinking Tahm Kench initially, but then you realize that there's very little engage on the side of G2.
And I feel like you have to play for lane dominance, right? So you have to be able to play something that can go aggressive. I actually like the Braum here quite a bit. You know, Braum can really answer these Leona engages. If Leona goes forward, you can actually just very easily stack up the passive, focus down this Leona, you know, try to use that to get a little bit aggressive here. Also can be difficult to actually dive through that Braum, through the Lissandra, which is going to be the task that Peanut, Chovy, Doran are all faced with.
I think that when we look at Gen G's draft, it's not that different to what we've been seeing succeed in the meta, right? The fact that Chovy and Peanut have gotten their hands on Vi Ahri should just be a terrifying prospect for EU fans because of how powerful this duo is. Pays back on his comfort Aphelios. The big surprise is seeing Doran on this Fiora, while in the early laning phase, it might be a struggle. For Broken Blade, this is a huge test. Domestically, the question mark from fans has always been, how can you compete with Korean top laners? Game 1, best of 5, here's Darius into a Korean Fiora top.
Well, I think he has a good matchup. You know, this is a matchup that Darius definitely can run away with, especially if you get ahead early. They have that pairing with the Nidalee. We'll see what they can make happen here, but it's not guaranteed point-and-click stun to set up that spear. It's not always going to be that easy.
It does feel like G2 have put a lot of their eggs into the early game basket. Get ahead, get to a strong position, use your carry jungler to be able to take the game away from Gen G's hands. Gen G, as you said, Vetty, bit more true to the meta, a bit more typical from what we see from them. And of course, you have to remember, Gen G only arrived in the last couple of days, so their read on the meta may have been influenced by the scrims they had in Korea, also by how big they think some of the changes were coming into MSI.
I am so excited, gentlemen. We're kicking off the tournament.
Let's go!
Best of 5 between the LCK's first seed and LEC second. The G2 versus Gen G rematch from a few years ago. Very different teams now. We'll be making our way onto the Rift with 2 very defined styles. Can G2 consume Gen G in the early game, or can Gen G weather the storm and come out ahead in the fights later?
Yeah, and there's so much pressure in a game like this. You know, G2, I do think, have the advantage of having warmed up a bit. They've played on this stage, they played through play-ins, they look great for the most part in it. Because these first 10-15 minutes of the game, I think, are likely to decide the course of the entire game. If you do not create a significant lead, it is going to be so much easier for Gen G to really isolate Hansama in these fights, to lock him down with Divide, to burst him out. He has to play from ahead, and so does Darius, so does Nidalee, to really be able to match up what their opponents have.
And I know that throughout this game, we're going to be keeping our eyes on that AD carry matchup, Paze versus Hansama. I didn't talk about the Draven because we're so not used to seeing Hansama get this champion. It was a big meme domestically about how teams needed to ban this one away. Already, G2 looking to set up something sneaky. The delayed invade here will be spotted out by a ward from Gen G. Going to be sweeped out by Mickey.
Braum is so strong on these invades, you really cannot contest here, you know, with that passive plus the Draven. So they're going to go in, and they're going to try to create split map, is my assumption here with G2, which would mean Darius is actually going to be a little bit in isolation. You can see he's actually zoned off the wave already. If you look up towards the mini-map, Darius is going to be standing back, trying to zone him off XP as Doran.
And this is what G2 do on the red side. Like 60% of their kills and assists before 40 minutes are in the bot lane when they're playing red side. They love looking for slow shoves under the tower and then getting both caps going down towards the bottom side. Doran's going to be ticking away to this passive. The hemorrhage, the flash away from Doran. And Broken Blade may be on the weak side, but he's not playing a weak early game matchup.
So I believe Broken Blade, his W auto reset actually got cancelled by the flash from Doran. Ends up being a flash for flash, but a huge health advantage game for Broken Blade. The problem for him is he's now lost both his flash and ghost as Chovy. Very good trade against Caps, but the map has now been split.
Level 1, they're going to dive.
The Light has cleanse. Paze has cleanse, in fact, uses the early Light, looking for the damage. Mickey tanking up the tower, he'll fall. 1-for-1 so far as Hansama now opens up onto Delight, but you can't really tank a Leona underneath the tower. No turret shots going onto Hansama, means that he can just walk away.
Well, that's it. He can actually get flashed on here, potentially. This is getting pretty risky because he has no cleanse.
The
he's going down.
Caps flashes, Chovy flashes! And take a pew, Caps, because Church is in session.
Chovy, the first non-Korean mid laner he's played against in a best of 5 internationally here. He's going up against Caps, the Western GOAT, and showing him what's what. Caps even going for this more lane-focused setup with the Ahri. It's not a Spellbook Lissandra. It's not Aftershock Lissandra. He's trying to play for that lane, but Chovy getting that solo kill is huge.
So much happening on the map. Broken Blade going all in the top side, committing all of his summoner spells. In the bot lane, a dive from G2. Nice response there from Doran as he gets a favorable trade against Broken Blade. You expect him to go back to base now.
Yeah.
The fact that Paze burnt all of his summoner spells, lost his life, lost the big wave, but in terms of the goal difference between the two bot lane is really not that different.
Yeah, and this is the problem, is that, you know, it's actually Paze up a couple CS. You know, the kill did not go to the Draven here. You know, they forced this dive so early. This is level 2 Nidalee going for the dive here. Mickey doing a great job starting it off, tanking it up. You know, he is going to give his life, but it's well worth it for that kill.
And Hans does end up taking a bit of damage here against the Light as he ends up taking the tower shot, but very uncharacteristic play here from Caps. Chovy just has the level advantage, holds the E, commits the flash for flash, but we make our eyes back towards the bot lane.
He's going to get caught up with the concussive blows, and Hansama will get this one. On the board, the Draven now, and G2 starting to snowball through this bot lane.
Massive kill there for G2. You got to get those cash-ins. Peanut here around mid lane, though. They know there's no flash on Caps. They know he could be potentially vulnerable, and they also know that Nidalee could be looking towards mid. So Peanut is going to be hovering around this mid lane, trying to cover Chovy, who has this early advantage, and is going to be trying to look to press it.
So that AD carry difference was non-existent before, but now there's a 700 goal lead in favor of Hansama. This bot lane is known domestically as being hyper-aggressive, and you saw exactly why this Draven earns so much respect in Europe.
And as we see Chovy starting to move around the map, he's going to
look at the stacked wave.
Big stack wave, as you say. Caps no TP, had to burn that after he died in the mid lane.
And I think Broken Blade's going to have to leave, right? And even just making him leave is such a big victory because there's so many minions here, but they're going to look for this dive, and he hasn't left.
No one taking the tower as of yet. Doran's going to do it. The pulse coming out, and Broken Blade's locked up. 100 health is not enough. Doran takes the kill, and Gen G will get plates to boot.
Really well played by Doran. They're waiting out that pull. You know, he's just trying to get the parry on it. Broken Blade waits it out, but doesn't have the damage to actually knock him down, and that is a massive loss with no TP. That is 10, 12 minions there that he's going to lose, plus the death.
Excuse me, the early few lanes, the early few levels from Broken Blade were good. He did what he needed to. Got that wave underneath the tower so he could get a good base off, but Gen G responded in kind by attacking that stacked wave, knowing that they have prio in mid lane after Chovy secured himself the solo kill. Means that they're able to punish Broken Blade massively in the top lane.
And the worst part about this is Vivi is going to hit 5, but Doran's close to 6. He's almost an entire level behind. So, you know, the kill goes to your opponent, you lose the full wave, you're down a full level. So it is going to be Doran in a really strong place here, because this is one of those matchups that Darius can win for the first couple items, but if you fall behind, it's not like you can pray for late game. You're never going to start winning if you fall behind this Fiora in the side lane. You're going to have to look towards scrappy fights around the Herald, around the Dragon, trying to get those resets. As the focus will change.
You can see right now Yike just hovering around the top side of the map, making sure the Broken Blade is safe on this bounce back wave so that he can make sure he gets that underneath the tower. But the problem for Gen G right now is that FaZe and Delight, while that wave is coming closer to them, it's a very dangerous position for them to be in. So they have to wait for this wave. And this could be a window where G2 set up for a dive, but with Peanut already hovering around that space in the map, they are prepared, even though right now it doesn't look like G2 is threatening any dive.
Yeah, Caps for a little bit was cheating down towards that bot lane, and that's where we saw FaZe and Delight really backing off. But as soon as he showed on mid, pings are on him there from Gen G. And Delight and FaZe are going to feel a lot more comfortable to step up here, farm out this wave.
For the moment, Hansamo and Mickey just being able to keep that bot lane pressure up. FaZe does have the cleanse back up, and his flash will be returning shortly. Only a 400 gold difference between the two. Obviously, Doran getting that kill, and the tower place in the top lane has evened that out a little bit. Like Yike looking for something here, but the control board keeps him at bay. Mickey and Hansamo will start up the Dragon. FaZe on purple-blue, not the best guns because he's got a lot of ammo in that purple gun, so wouldn't be able to switch off it quickly. And Peanut might try to contest, but I think G2...
Chovy has push, so they can actually bring it down if they want. You know, Chovy has his ultimate available here.
I don't know, Delight and FaZe are backing. This is more of a steal than anything else, I think. And in the end, Gen G will retreat from the situation, and G2 will get their first Dragon of the game.
So when we take stock overall, top side of the map going in favor right now for Gen G. You can see a massive CS discrepancy really starting to build in that top lane 1v1. That dive doing so much work for Doran in the matchup. And the fact that Chovy finds himself that solo kill, giving him that gold advantage in mid. It's not too dramatic, the difference in mid, given that Caps was able to close that CS gap thanks to the roam that Chovy did instigate. But the bot side of the map is really where G2 is dominating. But across the board, gold's still very even, a very neutral game state. And again, Gen G, from their perspective, they want to weather that storm. They know in the late game they're going to have a number of options, and it's this dive that could be very impactful as we move into the mid game.
Well, they actually had vision of the jungle pet, even though they didn't see Yike. You can see that jungle pet, which did give it away.
Sometimes that is a spec thing, so sometimes you can see the pet because we have perfect vision as opposed to the players, so it's possible they would just...
It is one of those weird things, though, in this season, because even, you know, sometimes you'll see an invade coming in, and you can see the jungle pet leaving, you know the jungler is still there in the area. Either way, Delight, you know, positioning well, blocking the spears there for FaZe. And FaZe doing pretty well, you know, is keeping up in farm, did go for a call start, so a bit of a greedier start, you have to say, when you are going up against this Draven.
I mean, FaZe in a fine position. It's 400 gold down. Yeah, Hansamo is getting some stacks up, looking to see if this Rift Herald is being taken, and it is, but not going to be able to steal it away. So for the moment, Gen G have weathered the early storm that G2 have put down. And as you say, Veddy, when we get towards the mid-late game team fights, that's where Gen G are really going to shine.
Absolutely, and I do think it's tough to lose this early Herald here when you're going for Darius Nidalee as your top side, you know, giving that over because of the advantage that they were able to create. You know, G2 was looking for a lane swap up towards top, and we'll see if they're going to try to go for anything aggressive here, looking potentially to find Peanut in his own jungle, push Doran back.
Doran will just retreat from the safety of the tower. Frozen Tomb's going to land, though, as Peanut has been locked up, and Yike will take him out. G2 continue to push forward as Doran retreats. And for the moment, G2 able to get a kill and a plate out of it.
Yeah, that's a great kill on the top side here, and they're going to be able to zone Doran away from all these minions that are coming in. So he's going to lose that full wave. They get the kill on Peanut, who was being a bit greedy on that top side. You know, he knew that G2 were up there in the area. Now looking to try to threaten this dive.
But look what Delight is. Delight's already here to react and has the 6. So as soon as G2 see him, they have to retreat from it. They can't take that play anymore.
Look at this full move up towards topside, though. You can see, Paze is even moving out towards top, so they're going to actually match the swap here. They're not going to continue keeping Paze on that bottom side, trying to take plates away.
You can see that the game plan from G2 is to get Broken Blade out of what was a very difficult situation.
Yeah.
They didn't want to run the risk of him getting dived or isolated, so by swapping Hansama and Mickey up towards the top side, there was a world where they could actually contest the Herald. Of course, Gen G, very proactive, recognizing that window, able to secure that objective in advance, but the fact that they were able to find that dive, Peanut just a little overextended in his side of the jungle, perhaps didn't expect Yike and Caps to be invading so aggressively, and he ends up losing his life. But it's still a very close game. They look for Mickey.
Saw Peanut with the Scryer's Bloom. Yike stopped his recall because of it. Cease and desist under the tower. Solar Flare coming out as well, but Mickey is very tanky on this Braum. Glacial Fissure has been popped up as light, not underneath the turret shots. Should be able to back away. Ignite ticks on him, but he does retreat. The Whirling Dead. He hasn't got the stacks to get through that Eclipse. Oh! The spear finds its mark.
G2 finding another pick after Gen G tried to force the dive. They knew that they had the numbers advantage initially, but they couldn't quite make the dive work. Mickey was able to buy enough time, and then a great spear comes out from Yike. 3-0-0 now on the Nidalee. We haven't really talked much about Yike, but this game he's getting big farm advantages, and he is becoming a very strong power point for G2.
He absolutely is. He has the Sork boots. He's closing in on his Mythic. That is going to be a massive spike for him, and he's going to have to be a real power player here for the team because he got all those early kills. But I've got to say, it was kind of a bizarre overforce from Gen G. Going on to Mickey, he already had the wall up before the stun even landed from the yellow, and he pre-E'd the stun, and you're trying to hard force in what looked like a turret dive on him. It was kind of a strange choice, and they do, rightfully so, get punished. So G2, trying to maintain some semblance of control here. Would love to see them continue stacking the dragons up. They have that first dragon. They have Hansama Draven in this position of power. I do feel like they need to have something to stack towards as a win condition to offset the scaling disadvantage.
Yeah, I was going to say, something that G2 could consider is actually trading top plates. It seems like a play committed in the bot side.
Apprehend's already been used, so Doran can just walk away. He gets the gold from the plates there, buddy.
Did Doran actually get any gold from the plate?
Yeah, he just attacked it, so he got some gold, yeah.
Caps now looking for a roam up top Delight though with a good ward.
Puts the Zenith blade down. Chovy's on his way across as well. Caps has Glacial Path and will use it just to sneak his way back across the wall. Chovy's on his way up here, but spotted on vision the entire way. Another plate over to Hansama, and you can really see where these teams are investing their time. G2, can we get Hansama fed enough to carry this game? And on Gen G, it's how much gold can we put into Doran, who's now finished his Divine Sundra.
It's like Chovy with another great charm onto Caps. We'll chunk him out, but when we kind of, again, look at the gold differences, we can see Yike and Hansama very sizable advantages on their side of the map, whereas Chovy and Doran have been able to build healthy advantages of their own. It's a small lead for G2 for the time being, but Gen G definitely still in a very comfortable position as we enter the mid-game.
And G2 is really praying for something other than Chemtech Soul. They're praying for something that can be really strong. Mountain Soul would probably be the best that they can get in this situation.
You've blessed us, Azael.
Yeah.
Mountain Soul.
So that is actually really big, being able to get that Mountain Soul potentially, especially against a comp like this. Vi Ahri are really going to struggle to deal with that, so that is very big for G2. They can stack towards that win condition, and the Proto Belt's now done here for Yike, so you want to see him continue to run this game. It's going to be a really aggressive look here from Han, so it is going to be the Gale Force Draven, and he has 278 stacks, so it may feel a little bit preemptive, but I honestly feel like the first major team fight could decide this entire game. If they can actually remove those stacks, you lose 75% of them on death, versus getting that cash in could really snowball into a quick second item.
Yeah, so far this game, Gen G haven't even considered contesting Dragon.
Yep.
There was a bit of a peak from Peanut around the first one, but aside from that, they've just conceded that objective. They tried to cross-map. We saw the dive into top lane. We saw them secure an early Herald. And given that G2 have committed their bot lane to the top side of the map, I wouldn't be surprised to see them concede the next Herald as well. But they have a great awareness of the fact that they don't need to fight the Draven right now. They can wait for a team fight later on, wait for the Aphelios to get items, because you can already see the Gale Force now completed for Paze as well. So while there is that discrepancy, Gen G happy to just sit back and scale up, knowing that they have options in the later game.
I just think the Gale Force is so interesting, right? Because, generally when you're looking at Gale Force, it can be this aggressive option, but it also can be defensive. You can actually dodge with skill shots. The problem is you're against Vi, right?
Yep.
And you're probably going to get ulted in every single fight, so we'll see how well he can actually utilize that to try to avoid some of the dive. Of course, he does have Cleanse, but if you get Vi ulted into Charm, even if you're cleansing that, the amount of damage that's going to be coming through is going to be enormous. So potentially not having something like a shield bow to try to mitigate that could be punishing. But it is, high risk, high reward, because if you get ahead, you can get that cash in potentially with an execute from that Gale Force. That could be massive.
Yeah, it does feel like perhaps the next Dragon is going to be the defining moment, right? The mountain, the sole point for G2. Gen.G will want to contest it. Doran is so strong now as well in the side lane. If he can start actually pressuring Broken Blade and Broken Blade stands up to him rather than just retreating underneath the tower, I think Gen.G have a lot of options coming into this mid game.
I mean, Fiora becomes a completely different champion once Thunder is completed. That's where your damage really ramps up. Like, you have a strong level 1, you know, just queuing, proccing vitals, grasping, but then you really do kind of have this lull until you can create that mythic. And Broken Blade obviously is set very far behind because of the dive and because of the early tier 2 boots, but we're going to get scrappier around this Herald.
Mickey misses the Winter's Bite and the Glacial Fissure. Everfrost coming out, Hansama dodging the Charmers, Mickey tanks it for him. Yike can jump out at the back of the pit. Hans looking for a little bit more,
TP
but now
coming
with the TP behind them. Mickey locked up, he's going to be sacrificed. The Solar Flare finds one as well, and Doran's on the chase. The Grand Challenge has been issued, and Hansama was chucked into the Lion's Den. Doran takes another, and on the top side, Caps will fall as well.
Fantastic awareness from Gen.G. They knew that Broken Blade being locked bot with no teleport, they could guarantee a numbers advantage. What looked like a flank from Caps ended up being a flank for Doran, as they force G2 to split apart. They tear them apart one by one, and now they'll walk away with the Herald.
Yeah, and it's just a great TP ward there from Doran. Was ahead, makes good on it. You know, Hans wanted to collapse on the TP and try to kill it off, but they just didn't have enough people there to make it happen. And he ends up just giving over all of those stacks, lost hundreds of stacks in that death. That is so painful. Plus the flash, plus the Gale Force activation. And it kind of comes down to this early fight here. Just sidestep on the Q from Peanut, then sidestep on the ulti as well. Mickey cannot connect. And yes, the charm gets blocked, but both sides of the Q actually hit Hans. So he's at 50%. And when they peel back onto this TP ward, it's not as though G2 have 4 or 5 people waiting. It's just Caps who gets stunned. And then there's no one there to lock him down. So Hans is isolated completely and taken down.
Great patient play there from Gen.G. They're waiting for G2 to overcommit. Like, the E was used from the Lissandra. You could see that their game plan was to try and lock down Chovy, and he just kind of elegantly danced around, waited. He didn't even have to use any summoner spells. Then the moment the G2 overstepped a tad too much, the TP flank comes in and Gen.G collapsed. Great team fight from them, and now they've ballooned the gold lead in their favor.
I've got to give so much credit to Delight for that ulti. That was actually so well timed. You know, getting that lead on a stun, but he is caught out now.
Doesn't have flash, misses the Zenith Blade. Solar Flare goes wide as well, only gets the slow. Yike looking for a bit more damage. The Whirling Death not enough. Broken Blade down towards the bottom side is fighting against Chovy, hit with the charm. Yike keeps Pays, Delight, and Peanut at bay. Chovy can flank, but probably doesn't want to because the rest of his team has retreated to the mid lane.
And then it's a couple ultimates now spent by Gen.G, so if G2 could actually reset, get out here for this Dragon really quickly, they could have the advantage because that was the ultimate off Delight, that's the ultimate off Chovy. They're not going to have those available. But that previous Solar Flare, you know, on Caps right as the TP arrives, prevents there being any peeling on Doran, and the timing on that was just really, really nice.
I want to have a word with Chronicle after this game, because this is not the Doran I was promised. I knew he was good at Gragas, but Fiora, his 50% win rate on his only won it twice. Having an absolute storm-over performance here. Broken Blade did manage to win out the level 1, level 2, but couldn't really do much more after that as Hansama's caught in the mid, and Doran has roamed around once again. Caught up with Glacial Fissure, Hansama starts to open up. Double TPs had been invested as Caps looks perhaps for a Frozen Tomb. Doesn't follow the path. Can't go any further forward. Moonlight Vigil hits, only takes a little bit of damage. Hansama tickled by it, but already down to half HP with the Rift Herald charging in. Broken Blade apprehends Delight, but that's not really the target you want. The Eclipse going to keep him alive for the moment. The tower falls, Peanut goes in, and Hansama's locked down, and they just don't have the peel to keep their AD carry alive. Peanut takes a double, Pays takes one on top, and now the chase down continues as Yike is forced underneath this tower.
It's a slaughter. Gen.G get the mid tower, get 3 kills as well. The Dragon is going to be theirs whenever they want to take it. Peanut going back for it, as the rest of his team is going to take the tier 2 mid as well. And all of a sudden, the gold lead now enormous for Gen.G with this better scaling comp. It's not even 19 minutes. They're a good 6,000 gold ahead. They have stopped the Dragon stacking. They have taken all the stacks off Hansama, and G2 are very quickly running out of options.
Gen.G have just controlled the Draven so well. And we saw once again how patiently they play these fights. They get G2 to use so many cooldowns, and then the moment that window opens up, what happens? Peanut immediately throws down the ultimate. You have the Delight ultimate to follow up. You have Chovy there to follow up. Like, the execution onto the back line is just so clean and easy for Gen.G to execute.
Well, it's just interesting, you know, Gen.G were just spending ultimates very aggressively. You know, they were actually down 4 ultimates at one point in this fight, but they had such big HP advantages because they weren't worrying about this 100-0 fight. As soon as they see an opportunity, they're just spending it. There's the Fiora ultimate chunking him down. There's the ultimate from Pays chunking Hans even further. And now they only have 1 ultimate remaining, but it's Peanuts. And as soon as Hans is in range, he sees this window of opportunity. The Herald has taken down the tower. Q forward, ulti right in on top. There's the ulti from Delight following it right up. and he just gets burst down.
There's just so many tools to get on the back line, right? And you look at the side of G2, it's like, who's engaging for you? Well, Lissandra, kind of. Everyone else just needs to be in close range to really do too much. And you can just see how well Gen G are playing these fights. Dragon taken by them, as you say, Azael, and now a 6,000 gold lead for the LCK first seed.
And I mean, Yike is still strong, but he's actually down nearly 1,000 gold now on Peanut. And that is very problematic. You know, they don't have any guaranteed setup for this Nidalee, so the spears are difficult to land in the fight. You know, you can try to apprehend into it, but that can also sometimes be the anti-synergy where you're pulling them out of the spear. You have Lissandra set up, but that is kind of pretty expensive to spend, and it also puts Caps at a lot of risk if he's stepping forward for a W just to set up a spear.
Domestically, Darius is something very well known to the LEC, especially when we have so many avid Darius players. But I think that teams in Europe have struggled to always punish the lack of TP. And I think that this is a great representation from Gen G of how a split pusher can be so devastating against when you don't have that teleport available. The fact that Doran never needs to leave a side lane, which means that it's so much harder for Broken Blade to sacrifice waves to group up with his team because of the amount of damage that Doran can do. And now G2 are finally trying to attack that side lane.
Riposte was used, flash away from the wall, Frozen Tomb popped down as well, but the grand challenge on Caps and Broken Blades on the wrong side of the wall to help out here. Everfrost does get a double root. The rest of G2 trying to react. Peanut can just dash away with Vault Breaker. Meanwhile, you can see Chovy in the top lane, doing Chovy things, pushing waves, catching minions, taking towers.
But again, Gen G are just playing the map better, right? Like, what options do G2 really have? They know they can send Chovy off to a side lane, they know they can send Doran off, and they're just taking advantage of the fact that Caps can't be in two places at once, and they always know that they can create this numbers advantage. And this is how they've made it very difficult for G2 to really snowball any kind of early leads that they have.
I mean, it's going to be even more difficult when, obviously you don't have the TP. You talked about that as
Yike down, the Solarflame has to flash it. He was looking for a bit of pick damage, but couldn't get it.
They have no win assignment that you're actually going to really win out on here for G2 anymore. Plus, there's the TP disadvantage. It is going to be a fully stacked ult there.
No mana right now. Broken Blade with the Ghost has already invested the flash. Doran won't have enough to dodge away. Can escape for the moment. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, you can actually see Peanut on a rampage. Doran caught up. The shutdown will go down to Broken Blade, but Mickey was caught by Gen G as Broken Blade was looking for the chase down block.
Lazy Recall is punished, but again, on the other side of the map, they get a kill. They know there's no TP on Darius. He would have to base first, so they're just straight onto the Baron here. Stacking up those Chakrams is Pays, and this Baron is going to go down in a hurry. It looks like it won't even be contested.
Overall, a very impressive game from Gen G. The fact that Pays and Delight were attacked so often in the early game, they were able to weather that storm, and they've been able to bounce back. And huge credit to Chovy as well. Solo killing Caps, translating that pressure from mid into a successful dive top, and being able to work so well with Peanut in finding so many great picks. Gen G just controlling the top side of the jungle, knowing that they have such a massive lead. Mickey trying to get some vision back, but he ends up getting caught out.
Yeah, I mean, if the Braum can't even be safe, from a pick like this, things are getting grim. But Gen G definitely playing them out very, very well. And you talked about being able to punish these double combats on top laners. If you ever get dove on a stacked wave and you don't have TP, it is so rough. Like, you are generally out of the game in that 1v1 just from that. And Gen G was able to put Doran in this position to get him that advantage. They know he would outscale. They get him the lead early, and now he's making good on that. He was able to translate that into the TP flank, take down Hans, which was kind of the win condition on the other side of the map. So Gen G has really done a good job of translating their points of power, moving them around the map. Chovy gets a solo kill. He goes top, puts Doran ahead. Doran finds a TP flank. He takes out Hans Sama. And that is really the hallmark of an excellent team.
And I think G2, on the other hand, have struggled to use their points of power. Yike has had 3 kills for the last 10 minutes or so and hasn't been able to then actually wrest any control away from Gen G. As we see Broken Blade and Doran fighting up towards the top side. He dodges the Noxian Guillotine with the riposte. The rest of G2 trying to collapse while Gen G are pushing in 4 members strong down towards the bottom lane. The path comes out, but Doran can just dash away and retreat from G2, and now the inhibitor towers will be open up. Flash away from Mickey as he's caught in the cease and desist. The Solar player finds his mark as well, and Gen G find another kill, while Doran just toys with G2 in the top lane. The inhibitor tower will be raised to the ground, the inhibitor short to follow.
Great stuff overall from Gen G. There's just nothing standing in their way. Peanut once again forces Hans Sama back. The ultimate comes through from Caps, but the inhibitor drops and the fight begins.
The re-engage from Gen G is sublime, but Delight already taken out. The charm hits onto Caps and he will fall as well. Now in a 4v3. Gen G continue to push in. The spear does connect on Chovy. He's got TP. He was looking to bolster up his mana bar once again, but Gen G will escort their mid laner out of the G2 base. Yike still looking for the chase. No cleanse on Paze, but really no way to gap close for G2.
Yeah, but G2 just have to keep chasing, right? You have to stop them from basing. You need to try to get this dragon. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Doran locked up. Glacier Fisher goes wide. Doran looking for the damage on Mickey. He dashes away once again, the spear dodge, but Doran is low. One more axe would be enough. The TP now coming in from Chovy. He's looking for the flank with the Cosmic Drivers. Peanut is locked up. Paze down towards the bottom side. Peanut shut out of the fight. Paze will dash away, but Chovy on the back line finds one already. He's looking for more as he dives onto Mickey. That's another. The counter TP, but Paze takes another. And Chovy and Paze just dance around on the edge of the abyss. They play with G2. Caps pops the stopwatch. Paze dashes out of vision. And the Frozen Tomb will be your icy grave, Caps, as Gen G clean up the fight.
It's a quadra kill. They're delayed one for Chovy as Gen G clean it up. G2 has no choice but to chase in that situation, though. They needed to get this dragon to have any semblance of hope, so they go for the chase, but Chovy able to TP back in, able to punish, as G2 had no resources left after they went all in on that.
You see Hans Sama getting a couple kills, and that semblance of hope begins to rise for Europe, but Chovy very quick to put them back in their place. You can see a numbers advantage starts off the fight for G2. They think that Doran has overstayed his welcome. Paze on low health bars is an easy kill. Hans hesitant to commit the flash, but the second that he does, Peanut sees a window, messes up the Q flash there a little bit, ends up losing his life, but then Chovy has the ultimate full on life, and just look at how he does so much damage. Q connects onto all 4 members of G2. Dances back and forth, gets the reset on the ultimate. Paze with the empowered minions as well, assisting him in the skirmish, but the damage isn't quite enough from Caps as Chovy secures another kill. Mickey now losing his life.
Well, he hasn't done it yet, Betty, but it's very shortly to follow as he does go down once again. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Chovy diving forward, pops the Zhonya's to keep himself alive for the moment. Hans Sama retreating underneath the inhibitor tower, and in the end, it's already a double for Peanut. He ceases and desists any hope that G2 had of winning this game. The Nexus in their eyes, Gen G will push in for 1-0.
Beautiful game from Gen G, and in sub 30 minutes, their debut at MSI is one of dominance. The LCK first seed is here to play.
A sublime performance from Gen G. G2 threw a lot of them in the early game, but Gen G held strong, and they will go 1-0 up in this best of 5.
6-0 and 15 from Chovy. 20 stacks on the Magi's as well. Church well and truly in session.
21 of 22 kills.
He was everywhere, and this was just such an incredible performance from him. He completely stifled Caps. You know, he gets the solo kill in lane, and it was him who was out on the map making things happen. You know, very clearly, it was G2's game plan. Try to use this Nidalee, Darius, Lissandra topside, try to get active on the map, and most of that has to happen through mid. As soon as Caps is behind, he's locked under his tower, well, ganks become very difficult for the Nidalee. You know, it's difficult for Caps to actually move around the map and match these roams or make proactive plays himself, and it just felt like everything for Gen G this game really came through Chovy. It was just an incredible display.
And there are a number of things to think about when you think about the mental as well. G2 got their tried and true champion that had never failed them before, right? It's not like the Hans hasn't lost on Draven, but he wasn't losing. He had massive advantages in the bot side of the map, but seeing Caps falter in the way that he did. Broken Blade not really getting the support from his team. That 3-man stack dive into the way that he couldn't really contribute. And this was just a big blunder from G2. That Herald, they think they have the advantage, but they should have recognized the TP ability of Doran, the fact that he could find that flank. Gen G just played the map better. Chovy completely gapped Caps, and that is going to need to change if G2 want to stand a chance against the Titans of the LCK.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, this is a game where, you know, if you are playing against a lesser opponent, G2 very likely goes to Herald, wins that fight. You get a cash in on Hans, and all of a sudden, it's off to the races. You know, they get massive stack of gold there, they grab the Herald, they crack some turrets, and then, lo and behold, Draven's up a full item, right? But in this game, it really did come down at that Herald to just individual outplays. You know, the timing, the dodging of abilities, you know, Mickey missing the Q, then the dodge on the ulti coming through, the timing on Delight's ult to actually deny any peeling from Caps, you know, for Hans. There's all these little things, and I think Gen G really showcased their class, even in that fight. The individual outplays were huge.
I totally agree with you, and I think you have to remember, Gen.G are used to playing against teams that like to do things in the early game. Like, they play against T1.
Yep.
They are used to this sort of pressure, and they can withstand it, and that's exactly what they did here. You have to look at Chovy in the mid lane, as you said. This guy still searching for his first international title, still challenging the best, and I think a lot of people looking at this MSI as his best shot yet to get that title.
I mean, Chovy, just what an incredible start to the tournament for him. Obviously, he has various reputations about him throughout his international performances, but to start this strong in this best of 5, he's looking good. We'll see if he gets that Ahri again. I was concerned G2 giving over that Ahri. Vi Ahri is a combination I think you cannot afford to let this Gen.G roster have.
I agree with you, and I'm sure the analyst desk will agree with you too. We're going to hand it over to them right now.
Thank you so much, Medic. Yes, indeed. And I think the post-game breakdown graphic was very, very telling at where it all went wrong. So maybe we just dive into the Herald fight immediately, which ended up being the only one that mattered.
Yeah, it was going pretty good for G2 prior to that.
Was it?
The only was close. You saw in the graphic there was some red.
There was, yeah.
There was a little bit of red there, but then when the Rift Herald fight went down, it was just too many resources used by G2 in certain situations, and it felt like Gen.G had a better idea of how the fight was going to play out.
And given what happened here, there was no way back, right? Because the G2 draft, even though I think that I love the game plan up until the blind Darius, because can't do Doran like that. Actually, I really like it. I think FaZe has shown in high-pressure situations that he can struggle, but it's really a draft of mutual disrespect, which I really like, where you give Draven over to Hansama, and he stomps bot lane, right, together with Mickey. And then on the flip side, you give Vi and Ahri to Gen.G. And in the end, the Draven couldn't really get it done, and I think with a draft like that, even though the Braum, in theory, can keep the Draven safe, actually keeping him from that much dive is still really hard.
You were saying that you actually think this is the optimal approach into Gen.G, but it wasn't necessarily the optimal execution or even the right picks to do that approach by. Is that?
I think a bot side focused draft is good. I like that approach, but I do think like Braum and Nidalee can really struggle. Darius can't really do anything without hard engage in his team.
Yeah, either. Like the plan kind of fell apart for G2 in the sense that like Nidalee Lissandra is not something you typically see paired up. You would expect, especially onto Vi Ahri, where the Lissandras pick more to survive mid lane. So it felt like there was a loss of pressure there, where you want to keep making these plays happen around that bot lane, but you have no prio in mid lane to make these happen too easily.
I love how he said to survive in mid lane. What happened in the lane, in mid lane?
It didn't quite survive, but there was some good stuff before then. The split map start off by G2, I think, was a very heads-up play for how they wanted to start this early game.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I would not be surprised to see them go for that. The downside, as we see, is that Caps was losing so hard in a matchup where Lissandra back because of Ahri, right? But what I do want to note, even with, I think, how well the Draven lane played out here, when you look at the gold, even in the gold graph, G2 was not that far ahead, and I think that the macro, something that G2 does really well is the roams. But Gen.G is one of the best defensive teams that we have within the LCK, and when you looked at the plates, I think it was like 6-2 plates, right? A lot of the global golds still went over in favor of Gen.G, which meant that they could always still team fight because they were in very good item parity.
And we were talking about how the first major fight would kind of decide the game because there's not many peeling tools for Hans. So if, you know, they do have the Braum, but other than that, you know, the Ahri and Vi have so many tools to get in there that like it felt like if they ever lost, they're in big trouble, and that's exactly what happened at that Herald fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were kind of watching it and thinking, okay, if G2 is able to get a win in the next team fight, then it's going to work out. But if Gen.G gets the upper hand, they are already going towards that advantage. They are just going to boom it out, and that is exactly what happened, unfortunately. And I also think in the context of a best of 5 and the best of 5s that are coming, I can imagine you're a pretty happy camper because usually there isn't that much attention awarded towards Doran in the top lane from the side of Gen.G. So the fact that they're like, no, we'll just play like this here and you can deal with everything is a good sign.
It is, and I think that if G2 go into game 2 and they pivot away from that, you can't. Yes, Doran is not the best carry player in the LCK, but he's still an LCK top laner, right? Like he can match the best, and you can't try and get away with that. Particularly because I think that with BB playing very aggressive early on in a situation where the map is split away from him, I think was also one of the reasons why the dive in top was so successful.
Yeah, it was, and Doran and Chovy both popping off in their first game. It couldn't be a better start than we said in the past that maybe sometimes, you know, teams don't start the best because they need to warm up. This was not the case for these two, Mark.
Look at that.
Or
look at that damage percentage.
Yeah.
That's Ahri.
Yeah, I mean, the damage from Chovy on Ahri with not a super high damage build, we're still going the Everfrost over something like the Leandries. Absolutely incredible play out of the 2 solo laners for Gen G there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, G2 is going to move on to the blue side, which we'll see which changes they can make. But, I mean, I saw Hansama's face there after the Herald. He was just like, no, this is... Maybe it's not my day. Maybe it's not.
It really
Whoa, giving up already? No way. I feel like they're fine. They threw a good first punch. All right. It looked really great out of that side of the bot side there. Like you said, maybe a different, more aggressive last pick could come in, different mid lane.
Maybe we need something more. Does anyone have some, in case of situations like this, we'll just...
Yeah.
Okay.
Here you go.
Hopium, it's...
Just go.
Wait, why are you doing it?
Because I'm with you today.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, it was.
It's good. I said 3-0. It's a 3-1. It's a 3-1.
The top lane won't get banged out.
It was a lucky first game out of Gen G. 3-1, easy rally here for G2.
Very well Bane impression there out of Mark. But Gen G, they take game 1 in dominating fashion. But can G2 cook up something crazy to come back in game 2? We'll be right back after this.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, Thresh, another option here that they're going to have to watch out for.
The Draven! Oh, he's got through! Oh, the Draven! Summons Draven!
He's back towards the bot lane.
Gonna get caught up with the concussive blows, and Hans Sama will get this one! G2 starting to snowball through this bot lane.
This is getting pretty risky because he has no cleanse.
The charge down! Caps flashes, Chovy flashes! And take a pew, Caps, because Church is in session. He hasn't got the stacks to get through that Eclipse. Oh, the spear finds its mark.
Oh, hit the spear!
And in the end, it's already a double for Peanut. He ceases and desists any hope that G2 had of winning this game. The Nexus in their eyes, Gen G will push in for 1-0.
Get it!
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, welcome back to MSI 2023. I'm still Medic, that's still Azael, and that's still Vedi on the end. And what a performance it was from Gen G in game one. Just absolutely took G2 to town.
I mean, we talked about it, right? But Chovy, man, this guy mid-gapped caps. Like, it wasn't even close. I think that the European fans are now looking at Caps and be like, come on, man. We need to see more from you if we want to
get rid of the R, put in an L, and we'll be happy.
Yeah, come on. Like, we need to see a step-up performance. Like, there have been question marks around Caps' performance in playoffs. We thought his play-ins looked good, but we need to see that confidence back as Draven will hit the ban board from Gen G on the red side. Nidalee actually banned away from G2 with Vi and K'Sante to join alongside.
Yeah, the respect given over to Hansam and Draven, despite the fact that it was a loss. You know, you talked about it. They created that early advantage. They stacked the wave. They got the early dive. And Gen G clearly recognizing that, hey, had this game got a little bit differently, the Draven could have really been a problem.
And immediately the Kennen picked undefeated so far, if I remember correctly, at MSI. Into it, though, Maokai Tristana for Gen G.
This was something that Gen G brought out in their final winning match against T1. We saw the double AD carry with the more scaling defensive top side, and later on in the team fights, they were able to play very well, and I think that Gen G's found a strong formula coming into this series. They're saying, you know what, we believe in our ability to fight you better in the late game. We believe that our map understanding is greater than yours, so why bother trying to do anything early? Let's just stick to what we know and what works.
And Tristana could be a really powerful laner as well here for Chovy. It'll be interesting to see if they're even thinking about potentially flexing it down towards bot. Pace hasn't played it yet this year. Chovy did have the 2 games, as you mentioned, Vedius, but it is always the potential that it can be flexed down there. Can work with some all-in lanes. Annie potentially, you know, could go mid here. Obviously could go bot as well for Mickey. But he doesn't have any plays on it. It's just the 1 for Caps. So can be a really strong answer into the Tristana. Of course, you can go cleanse, but the potential of the all-ins there can be pretty frightening.
I will say, if I put my EU hat on for a second, Ken and Annie on the same team, that's not something we see too often. Usually it means you should be able to win that game, or, you know, across the course of MSI, that has been a winning combination.
And I've always felt like Yike is really good on the Viego as well. Some of these aggressive AD junglers, people think a lot about the Bel'Veth, about the Vi, about the Viego. I think he can really excel on this. I also love the Annie Viego pairing because it helps you get that first reset. There's so much upfront burst that you just solo someone out, you burst them down, you get that first soul, and try to allow this Viego to go crazy in the fight.
I'm very surprised to see a Sylas ban, purely because while it's true that Mickey doesn't really play Annie support, if they were to pick a mid laner, after what Chovy just did to Caps, to still show that respect and say, you know what, we don't want to have you playing on your Sylas, like, that's crazy to me, because I think that matchup would have been so in favor of Chovy.
Absolutely, but there's a possibility that they want to do something like Malphite, right? If they want to go Malphite top, you almost always have to ban out the Sylas if you're going to be picking a Malphite.
And also, in 2020, the last time these 2 teams met, it was Caps stealing an Ash Arrow that won them game 2. Obviously, only a couple of players remain from those teams. It's a little bit of an old narrative, but getting rid of the Sylas, the Rakan, and the Gragas here from G2, so we won't see Doran going back to Comfort in the top lane. There's the Sion removed, as you said. Malphite, a possibility. We have seen it picked into the Kennen. Can survive the lane, but does struggle a little bit because it's an AP matchup.
Yeah, it is an AP matchup, which can be somewhat difficult, but you can go Comet and go things like Abyssal early, and I think it's actually pretty solid. So we'll see. Lissandra likely not to get locked in, but if it does, it would mean I think we're getting that lane swap. So it is going to be very likely Tristana bot then. They are going to swap. Oh, excuse me, I'm so confused. Oh, is this Lissandra top?
I'm thinking maybe it's Lissandra top.
Or like, are they going super random in support?
Support Lissandra could work, because all you really want to do is ult the Kennen.
Yeah.
That's all. You stand on the Kennen the entire fight, make sure he can never get into the battle.
I mean, it doesn't cancel his ult, obviously, if he already gets on top, but if he can't get past
I actually think you're right. I do think Lissandra top actually makes the most sense.
This is like so old school, though. Lissandra hasn't been played top in so long, because you really can struggle mana-wise, and in some of the long lanes, it can be difficult, so we have to see how well he's going to be able to play it out. Because I agree with you as far as marking it, but like, Lissandra can struggle in those long lanes, especially against an energy champion. Like, you have to get the push, and then hope that you're not overextending for a gank.
I think I'm still leaning towards it being a support, but we'll have to see if it is, as you say, in that top lane. Thresh, Jinx, you talked about the ability to burst down one target. Jinx loves that as well. If she can get excited at the start of the fight, that's when she really ramps up. And there's the Blitzcrank. So it is Lissandra top, Blitzcrank into the Thresh. We have seen actually G2 respecting this a lot in the play-in stage. They banned Blitzcrank in 3 of their 4 games.
Wow. So I still think that Gen G have just approached this draft in a very intelligent way.
Yeah.
They recognize that G2 is more than happy to play their creative picks along with the meta picks, and they're saying, We know we're giving up Annie. We know we're giving up Kennen. They have the Lissandra prepared.
Are they going to swap?
Oh, maybe they're putting the Tristana. I mean, we'll wait until the last rotation, but they've clearly come prepared with what G2 is trying to do. And I think that once again, they have a very solid front-to-back teamfight composition. They have great utility. Their pick potential is great. And it looks like that they will be sending the Tristana top lane.
If I actually did not know which team was which, I would tell you that this was G2 on the red side, 100%, right? Like, this is the inverse of last game, where it's actually like, you know, a potential three-way flex. You know, we're talking, oh, okay, Lissandra gets locked in. Oh, maybe it's going bot lane, maybe it's going mid lane. No, it's actually going to be top lane Tristana here, which should be very, very interesting. I do think you can get the push here against Kennen. I do think if you can play in the wave and actually not get hit by those shurikens, you can have very beneficial trades. But with any marksman top, you are generally really push heavy, which can open you up to ganks. And especially post 6 here with Broken Blade, there's a big chance that this Tristana could get burst down if the jungler
But you look on the side of G2, Kennen is one of their primary engage tools, unless they can find a hook with the Thresh. Like, Doran has so many disengage tools, along with the Lissandra, the Maokai. If this Kennen goes in, Gen.G have so many tools to get the Kennen back out again.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting, right? They do have caps as well, of course. Flash, such a big tool for the Annie. You know, get the Flash tippers, you know, stun people up. Kennen's coming in across. G2 racing out towards bot lane, trying to get this bot lane ward to make sure that they are actually controlling this. But this is a very, very interesting draft from Gen.G. You know, potential multiple flexes. And I want to see, you know, do they actually win out in these matches? Because they got the Blitz and the Thresh, you know, that is generally considered to be pretty favored. They moved the Lissandra around to actually take this matchup into Annie. That was their choice. So, you know, you can say they kind of had counter picks in essentially 3 lanes.
And what have they done with Doran? Is it the baked beans? Is it the sausages? Like, is it the full English breakfast that's just turned him into this top laner? Because it's not what we expect from him at all. I did check. The last time we saw internationally Tristana top, Huni for Clutch Gaming in 2019 against Fnatic. It was against a European team, and they lost. So it's a good sign here for G2.
Well,
worrying trend for Doran.
We'll see how things play out. G2 as a team is not the best at playing around top. That's not to say that they never do it, but historic, or at least this year, they've been much more of a bot side focused team. Yike, credit to him, did have a strong start to the game in game 1. We'll see if he can replicate that performance. We didn't really see him contest much with Peanut during the game, as Paze and Delight will be a little bit late to lane, as Yike is going to be doing, or starting on his Raptors. He will be spotted out by that ward from Chovy. And I thought that Peanut would actually invest a deep ward on towards the top side, but it looks like it's a little bit more of a defensive ward from Doran, as you can see in the top ribbon.
Yeah, they do have that one ward over by Yike's Raptors, you know, to try to track there. It's going to be so interesting to see where they really want to focus. Obviously, really strong ganks can come through with this Maokai, and potentially set up someone like that Tristana. Tristana solo lanes is actually something, you know, I am definitely a big fan of, but I will say if you start to fall behind, you become incredibly useless very, very quickly. It's difficult to actually go into recovery mode on this champion, because often then you're forced into building something like a Vamp Scepter, which is just delaying your Mythic, or you're forced into a Shield Bow, which is really not ideal. So if G2 can put Doran behind on that top side, things could look really good for them.
At the moment, Hansamu and Mickey getting the push in the bottom lane. You can see Paze having to auto space away from Mickey as he walked up with the Flay first. Broken Blade pushed in by Doran. Kind of to be expected when you're playing double range matchup. The range that is physical damage tends to be a little stronger. Early flash from Chovy. Caps now alongside Yike can look to re-gank that mid lane.
You can see that Mickey deliberately walked into the lane, showcased his presence, and then said, well, Chovy, ball's in your court. What are you going to do? And he naturally respected that and flashes away to safety.
I mean, that's great for G2, though. They didn't actually spend anything and they get that flash, but I do think, you know, he had to flash there on Chovy's side, because if you actually get Annie stunned, you're going to get hook guaranteed. The Ignite is going to be enough. Stopwatch is not actually activated yet. He was only level 2 as well. He would definitely be dead there, 100-0. So respectful flash, but a great roam from Mickey. And we'll see what G2 can get going with this, because it's so important to have Caps unlocked on the map. He's so good at actually playing from a position of power. And historically, that has always been his greatest strength to me, is how he plays the map, how he moves around, and actually facilitates his side lanes when he gets an advantage.
Hook lands, Flame Chompers goes down as well. Delight should be able to walk around this one, but they're just trying to turn the damage back onto Mickey. The Ignite ticking on Mickey, and he'll fall first. Paze takes him. Delight just stood in their face and took the full brunt of the G2 bot lane and was still able to flash away.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, they couldn't actually quite land those chompers. Delight just takes the all-in. It looked like he just stood past them. He says, I'm not going to retreat. I'll just take this fight here. And able to get that kill onto Paze, who did go for a call start. Chovy now just wasting Yike's time. This is fully warded out. They're not sure about it. Will he look for something?
Doesn't have the flash, so it would have had to be a flash hook. There's the stun in the Glacial Pass. The Spectral Maul's going to land as well. And in mid lane, Chovy with a great Ring of Frost keeps himself alive. 1 for 1 in the end as the auto follows him underneath the turret.
Chovy continues to walk away the victor. In all honesty, yes, he will lose his life, but the fact that he could trade 1 for 1, still has the teleport. He had full information on where Yike was. Caps had to commit his flash to the play, and that wave is still in a very good spot for Chovy anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he goes 1 for 1, but that's after a support roam. That's after a gank from the jungler there. And Mickey, he might just be dead.
Pace has the Inferno. Oh. Not quite enough with the Q in the end. Mickey flashes to the safety of his tower.
Yeah, Mickey looked like he wanted to try to move up and threaten freezing that wave to try to delay the base, but getting a little bit too aggressive. And is going to be punished for it. He'll have to go back to base now. At least Hans will be able to pick up the majority of this CS. But Gen G, again, out to a really good start here. It's Caps moving up towards top, but that is warded out in the river. And Caps knows it. Doran just started backing off.
The vision from Gen G has been immaculate this early game. Just great insight as to where Yike is and what he's been trying to do on the map. Some of that vision will now disappear, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Broken Blade looking for a bit of a trade. You can see small CS discrepancies starting to being built up. Top lane, mid lane, Gen G get themselves a bit of an early lead. Wanted to talk earlier about that bot lane skirmish too. Remember that Mickey was still only level 2 in that play because of that roam. So while he did gain an advantage, Gen G having that level lead, were able to come out on top. And oh, nice Hex Flash.
Locked in, the Hex Flash already. Pei's going to get the root as well off the Gravitum. Yike's here to try and save his AD carry, but he can't get there in time. Yike goes forward with the Spectral Maul, but can't land it on Delight, and now Yike and Mickey just going to have to catch this wave.
That one really hurts, losing the flash and still going down. And it's going to put Hans even further behind. You know, the only saving grace is that the kill went to Delight, not actually onto Page, but it's a great Hex Flash hook there to set it up. And Chovy now just going to continue that relentless push down towards mid. You know, as soon as the jungler shows bot as well, you have full freedom to actually just push in these soul lanes here for Gen G.
Yeah, it looks like Upset just wasn't expecting that, but a big blunder from him individually. Effectively face-checking that brush, and Mickey not being in a position to offer the lantern.
Yeah, Hans Summer caught out a little bit by that. And Gen G looking for another bush gank in that bottom lane. Delight has already shown us he can be on point with these hooks.
It's actually really interesting. You look at Doran's build, he's building so much for that 1v1. I wonder if he is going to focus more on the side lane. Of course, it is double AP solo laners, so no Magic Mantle, not bad by any means. Peanut likely to retreat here. There is 6 on Broken Blade. Will he look for the flash?
Yeah, well, hook on Pei's as well, down towards the bottom side. Flashing forward, he has red, white, and he wants to fight. Another hook brings them back, and it's a double for the rookie in the bot lane.
And he has white guns here, and Yike showed top, so he can farm plates as well. He doesn't even have to base here. You know, normally you would have to get out of there immediately, but he's going to get 2 solo plates after 2 kills. That's essentially a triple kill worth of gold going straight over to Pei's there. This guy is going to be so far ahead. I mean, he's closing in on like double the gold now of Hans.
Caps is going to try and get something back, but it's not going to convert into anything. The bot lane will be sent mid to catch that wave. Caps going to be catching this wave in bot. But what a difference we're seeing from game 1 to game 2. Pei's and Delight with a focus from G2, constantly looking for dives, trying to punish them in a favorable matchup, and now they're getting revenge in the 2 versus 2. G2 trying to find something back in the top lane.
Spectral Maul, Doran does still have the flash and will get underneath the tower with it. Delight, there's a minion there, my dude.
Targon secured.
Yeah, that's what he wanted, just wanted to stack.
Hasn't missed the hook yet, though.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Still hitting.
Yeah.
That still counts. Able to transfer some gold over to Chovy, but wow, what a bot gap. Game 1, it was the difference between the mid laners. Game 2, it's all about bots. Broken Blade kind of forced underneath this tower for most of the laning phase, but Gen G have accrued a 2,000 gold lead largely off the back of their bot side.
And they will get a slight advantage up here on that top side. You know, Doran had a really good early buster shot. Keeping that cannon away meant there was no chance of the follow-up. Yike potentially could look for a dive here, but it's going to get warded out. You know, they are denying multiple waves, though. They get that play for him. It's already 2 full waves denied, so this is allowing Broken Blade to catch up.
They've also swapped their AD carry and support up towards this top side of the map to make sure they can get the Rift held. Caps is left alone down towards the bottom side, pops the Tibbers to get the stun up. Delight stun, locks him up with a knock-up though, and Caps will fall underneath the tower. The Rift held will be taken for G2 in response, but overall, Pei's and Delight are putting on a show.
I mean, Pei's is just going to be such a problem. He has 4,700 gold right now. Hansama is at 2,600, and he's about to get solo gold on more plates. So, you know, realistically could actually be sitting at double the gold of the Jinx on the other side. Jinx does not have any utility to speak of. There's no fallback plan there. It's just got to do lots of damage.
G2's only option is to cross-map. They're going to drop the Herald top. Broken Blade now becomes the main win condition for G2, as Chovy has spotted Mickey out, trying to offer some support in the top lane. But all of this gold continues to be funneled into Paze. You already mentioned it, Azel. He only continues to grow as a problem.
They're going to dive again.
Caps.
No ult.
Needs an EpiPen because he's going to have a Peanut allergy in a second as Peanut dives in. The lockdown comes out and Paze is unstoppable. He tanks the Super Mega Death Rocket, which does not live up to its name. And 5 plates on the horizon for Gen.G.
Yeah, and 3 of the 4 so far have all been solo plates onto Paze, so he's just getting so rich down here. They knew Caps didn't have the Tibbers. He used it on that previous dive to try to clear out the waves, so there's just not a threat of a turnaround. Paze is going to stay, try to look for that 5th and final play, but the TP will dissuade him. They're getting the Dragon at the same time, though. Gen.G are just getting everything.
I do love Caps, though. He's like, okay, I died under this tower once, cool. I then died again. TP back to the turret. I will defend it with my life. So far, it's cost him
his lives, not his life.
His lives, true. Yeah. Luckily, he can come back. But Gen.G, as you say, 3,000 gold ahead now. And the gold for G2 sits up towards that top side on Yike, on Broken Blade. But the question is whether they'll actually be able to utilize any of it to get this game back out of Gen.G's hands.
I mean, it's going to be really, really hard, right? You know, yes, Broken Blade does have an advantage, but it's only going to be about 500 gold. It's not a massive one up on that top side, and there are some pretty good disengage options here. You know, trying to fight through that Maokai as the cannon. The Buster Shot is there as well, the Lissandra that you talked about. All of these different ways to actually mark this cannon, because really G2 now is looking for that perfect flank where you can get in on top of Paze, where you can burst him down immediately, get those resets. Because if you can't take Paze out of the fight right off the bat, you're just not winning a fight.
Yeah, I agree. I think that that is the only way in which G2 really win this game, if Broken Blade can kill Paze. And so far, Gen.G's vision control has been immaculate. Finding that flank is going to be incredibly challenging. You just look at the minimap and you can see the difference in vision. As Doran looking for a bit of a fight against Caps here.
Hook goes wide up towards the top side as well, but Yike, the Moonlight Vigil, the Gale Force, Paze! Oh, that was beautiful! Paze showing up in his first international tournament. Ruler who, he says, as he manages just to get that solo kill in the top lane.
And he's about to cash in his call. There he did. 7,200 gold to 3,500 on the other side. That is a bit of a bot gap.
Like me at a buffet, just picking up all the plates. He got 4 down towards the bottom lane. He's getting more up towards the top lane. And Gen.G just show us they can play through anyone. Game 1, it was the Chovy show. Here, now, it's the Paze show.
I mean, it's just tough, right? You know, G2 went towards some really strong early game options. You know, they had a solid early game from Yike. They had a solid early game from Onsama. They're now on much more scaling options in this second game, and Gen.G is showing without that early game power, G2 just haven't been able to compete.
Flash play, look for Paze, but the hook comes back out. Hansama tries to open up, but they can just tank this tower for days. G2 so far behind that Paze only got 220 gold for that kill.
It was a situation where Mickey is trying, out of desperation, to turn something back for G2. He sees the Maokai ultimate, knows he's going to get hooked, so he's like, oh, maybe I can just make a flash, flay, hook play. There were too many minions, the hook didn't connect, and now Gen.G are threatening another dive.
I mean, it's tough to say 12 minutes in, but you're at the point of the game where you're looking for those 5% plays, those 10% plays
I'm
almost.
I'm going to go 1% plays here, Azel. I'm going to be honest, man. We've seen Gen.G in this position before. They're 7,000 gold ahead at 12 minutes. G2 needs something miraculous for this, and the pastor of the church is playing mid lane for the other team.
It's the fact that Paze has
benevolent God.
over double the gold of Hansama is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
What absolute destruction we have seen on the bot side of the map. And, like, sure, if you can kill Paze, you can argue, oh, well, that gold difference suddenly goes away. Good luck killing Paze.
You have to put everything into
He's
killing
got a
him as well.
Bloodthirster. He now has a Bloodthirster. Like, it's
and Doran does as well, right? And that's a luxury of being this far ahead, is you don't actually need to itemize to maximize damage here. You know, Doran has Null Magic Mantle and a BT, and he's playing with Overheal. You're not going to be able to burst this guy down instantaneously. There's also no one on G2's side that it's going to be able to actually match with Tristana now that he has this itemization in his side lane, so he can just constantly push, force someone to match him, or give up free towers, which Tristana can do. And as long as there is not that odd-numbered fight, Gen.G are not afraid of anything. So this is going to become such a difficult game where Gen.G always are having push on sides, are going to be able to use that to get deep vision, to be able to mark the cannon. And I think G2 is going to have to choose their moment where they draw their line on this end and they say, all right, we're just going to all in for this and we're going to pray it works. And if it does, you can start thinking about maybe some ways to come back.
Yeah, I would even argue that the ruthless thing about Gen.G is they'll take their time. You know, like they're not a team. They're not like G2 who will try and beat your Nexus with the Rift Herald at 20 minutes. They're going to play this methodically. They're going to take their time. They're not going to run any risks.
Looking like an Elder game.
Yeah.
If we get to Elder Drake, that's a win for us. To be honest.
But they're a team that like they can be meticulous, you know, with their vision, with their threat, and they know they have a numbers advantage right now. Chovy is threatening a dive. G2 sense it, and it's that presence that allows them to secure this objective largely.
Here we go.
Lands, they're going to burst down Mickey underneath the tower. Delight tanks up the
Broken
tower
Blade
shots.
TP.
Yike will get one reset, but the tower does fall, and Yike goes down before Broken Blade can even get in. He dices his way away as the Gale falls forward, and now Doran can just hop over the wall, and his hop skip jump for Gen G. Doran dives out once again, 3-1 in favor of Gen G.
An absolute masterclass from the LCK #1 seed here. They are making it look easy against G2, taking them down, looking for the dives. They get 3 kills there. They denied the TP. That was that window that Broken Blade was really looking for, but Gen G just pushed forward. They kill off everyone, so there's no opportunity for Broken Blade to go in there. They're going to grab the Herald as well. They've already cracked all the outers, so they're going to be looking for inners here.
Ivers, flash over the wall, Doran dashes away. That's the Annie. That's the 100% ban rate Annie that just can't do anything here against Gen G.
I mean, Caps doesn't even have an item.
I think it's a little bit more than that.
No, that's it. Oh, God. Look away.
In the goal difference.
If you hold your hand over the bottom half of that, though,
it's not too bad.
It's not too bad. If you like kind of, you know, pretend the bot lane doesn't exist. Hey, it's only like, you know.
I mean, expectations coming into this series, obviously Gen G were the heavy favorites coming into this best of 5, but to see the difference happen like this in Game 2, for there to be such a dramatic bot gap was not where I was expecting the difference to take place. Hans and Mickey have a lot of experience internationally. The last time we saw Hans Sama at Worlds, he was a standout. So for Pays,
that Worlds were incredible.
For Pays in his rookie year to have a performance like this must fill him with confidence as Delight looks for another pick.
And Caps will fall. Delight's going to get him. The stopwatch buys only a brief second to contemplate the embracing arms of death. Yike looking for something as well, does get the stun, but you can buffer a jump out of that. The hook between the uprights as Delight and Doran are able to dodge away from it, and Pays continues to push in the mid lane. It is his first ever international game where he's had a 4,500 gold lead at 14. It's only his second ever international game.
So he's starting strong.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, that was a question as well for him, because obviously he played really well in the LCK, but he had huge boots to fill. Ruler leaving after getting Gen G that title in summer last year, and now Pays is showing us, against G2 who have struggled, but showing us that he's willing to dash forward, to flash forward, to kill off the enemy AD carry, and he was solo in doing so.
The solo kill in the middle of the base at 18 minutes, not even 17 minutes.
Now there is a flank position here. Broken Blade can try and get in. Pays goes legendary. The slicing maelstrom has gone down and Pays has fallen. Yike gets the reset, dives forward as well with a Heartbreaker. And a small, oh so small glimpse of light at the end of the tunnel for G2. In the end, it won't mean much, but it's a little bit encouraging for the European seed too.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pays is having a little bit of fun with it. Yeah. He's flashing under the Nexus turrets here at 16, 17 minutes, solo killing Hans Sama with 2 members around him. That is making a statement.
Yeah, I take it back. Gen G aren't going to take this slow at all. I thought they'd be meticulous, calm, calculated.
With them for a few months.
Yeah, Pays was like, wow, what a masterclass performance from him, though. We saw that kill he got onto Yike top lane, completely understanding the limitations of his champion. The damage execution was flawless. He's got himself the QSS to help mitigate any of that burst, and just the man is playing on form right now. We didn't get to see the first half of this play, but he just didn't miss a beat. Able to QSS out of the stun from the Annie. And while he does get collapsed on by G2, and G2 get something back, at the end of the day, the damage is done. And G2 are going to need to find many more fights like this if they want to stand a chance in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they get the 1K shutdown, they get a couple kills. That is going to be nice for Yike, but he is still just so far behind.
No, I've worked it out. Because you have Diego, the Aphelios being fed is good for you.
Yeah, that's right.
You just steal it, right? Caps goes down as Doran now on a killing spree. The TP was cancelled, but the hook connects and Broken Blade will fall as well. Delight picking them up. He's got half as many kills just on the support of Gen G as G2 have in total. Yeah, it is destruction.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one. I mean, G2 have got to just stay composed, think about the next game. Let's be honest, this one has been over for a while. It's a 10,000 gold lead here. It's not even 20 minutes. They actually might look to end without Herald, free 20 minutes.
3:20 minutes, what a win it would be. Mickey pops the play, the box goes down as well. TP in by Chovy. Yike gets one, but he can't get back in time. Caps is going to spawn in 1 second, but the Nexus Tower is the target. And with the minions, no backdoor bonus for G2. Caps looking for the Tibbers. Delight finds the hook once again. And how delicious it is for Gen G to clean up G2. Once again in their base, Hansama shredded by the Shurikens. Yike can only stand and watch as G2 are just demolished by Gen G. They could have ended this 30 seconds ago, but Gen G want to just twist the knife a little bit more. Chovy goes forward, the Nexus falls low, and in the end, Gen G, in dominant fashion, will claim the 2-0 over G2.
This is one of the most dominant international games I think I've ever watched. Yep. Point blank period. That was 19.5 minutes. The Nexus explodes without a Herald, without having to wait for a Baron, without having to look for something extra. They just straight up march in, kill him on the Nexus towers, and say GG. I mean, Paze was so comically far ahead in this one that there was really nothing G2 could do to come back. He checked all the boxes, goes for the early BT, hard to burst through that, is playing Cleanse, but goes for an early QSS as well. He knows if he is alive, there's no way G2 is winning a fight. And it's got to be back to the drawing board.
I mean, what else is there to break down? It was just such a colossal block gap. Like, we saw the 2v2, where they had that level advantage, kind of begun to snowball. Then Mickey was getting picked, and then Hans was getting picked, and it was just repeatedly death after death after death. And I'm grateful for Gen G ending the suffering as quickly as they did, because it felt like that G2 was collapsing, like just randomly dying in side lanes, trying to go for 1v1s, so they just couldn't win. And you can understand how, from that position, this felt like a game that was unwinnable so early on. But Gen G are just, they're making fun of G2 right now with how they are just dismantling and tearing apart Europe second seed.
I mean, that's a tough one to come back from. You know, we'll see, G2 obviously looking a little bit dejected, understandably, not the hope, the start that they were hoping for, at this bracket stage. But we'll see. I would like to see them just go back to the drawing board, look for something, really crazy, more akin to what they did in game number 1. I don't think they can be the team, after we've still watched these 2 games, who can just go for the standard picks. Yep. Even though they got a lot of the standard meta power picks, they got things that really, I think, do fit the styles of the players. They just seem to be outclassed, so they need to go for something surprising. They need to go for something unexpected, I think, to have a chance.
I also think we have to give credit to Gen G for their flexibility in the draft.
Yeah.
Like with the Lissandra Tristana, we had no idea where that was going until we saw where it was locked in at the end, and the Blitzcrank as well from Delight just working wonders for them. I did check, I think Paze did as much damage as the entire top side of G2 combined.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, he did 1,000 damage a minute at least.
I mean,
on the Aphelios.
In a 19-minute game is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absurd. And the guy is just such an impressive force from the LCK as well, a region that obviously has been known for their AD carries for a long time, but in the LCK finals and now here, we continue to see him shine.
That we do.
Yeah.
So now, Medic, time for a break.
It is time for a break. You said it already, man. Why don't I?
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
This one, but they're just trying to turn the damage back onto Mickey. The Ignite ticking on Mickey, and he'll fall first. Pace takes him.
Mickey unlikely to retreat here. If there is 6 on Broken Blade, will he look for the flash?
Well, hook on Pace as well, down towards the bottom side. Flashing forward, he has red white, and he wants to fight. Another hook brings them back. Haze and Delight are putting on a show. Hook goes wide onto the top side as well, but yank the Moonlight Vigil, look out for Pace! Caps looking for the Tibbers. Delight finds the hook once again. And how delicious it is for Gen G to clean up G2, as G2 are just demolished by Gen G.
Welcome back, everyone, to MSI after the fastest game of the tournament so far. And I think Score's face in that video said it all. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, that was just the beginning.
Yeah.
That was at the start of it. It got way worse.
We're at match point already. What are we going to do for dinner? Brunch, basically.
Yeah, it's a little early to start planning that.
No, we're going to not go that fast because it isn't over yet, but I do want to take the road of kind of highlighting how good Gen G has been in these first 2 games.
It just blows my mind, right? Like, I've been following this guy for like a year and a half now, and him coming to the LCK was something I was supremely excited about, but not in my wildest dreams did I think that not only would he be a Royal Roader, but he would be such a pivotal part of what is such an insanely one-sided game here.
The youngest player to do it outside Faker, winning that domestic title. And then, I mean, just how aggressive the team is when he gets ahead. I think is what people don't realize about Paze is he's not just like this insanely, good farming 80 carry, plays team fights well, but when he gets ahead, he loves to get super aggressive with his Gale Force flash uses. You saw that later on in the game. And the fact that Gen G does feel like they have more lanes that they can win through right now. We'll see if this is something they continue throughout the entire tournament, but at least, domestically, you do not see many Tristana type picks for Doran. And so they kind of are going for like a triple threat angle here, or like Chovy takes the backseat playing more Lissandra and stuff like that. It's really cool to see them all have different ways of stepping up.
And it's something that, and I keep going back to this is what Gen G used to do with Ruler as well, but Ruler, as good as he was in teamfights, isn't necessarily known for being a player that plays this far forward. Paze, as you saw in this game, very clearly is.
Yeah, when you look at kind of the series overall and your expectations, you would feel that for G2, the bot lane should be something where they can put a little bit more weight into the scale, but that was not the case in Game 2 whatsoever, and Paze completely took over the game. And then you're left wanting, I think, overall, because there doesn't seem to be a pressure point on the map that you can attack.
No, I think, Game 1, you saw some of the counter pick usage of Red Side helping G2 out. They had a good game plan of split map. This time around, it felt more standard in a lot of ways, and you see why that's a very dangerous thing to do against Gen G, because that's actually more their comfort zone.
Oh no, are we already hearing the just cheese because otherwise you don't have a chance?
Oh baby, yeah, that's what we're looking at.
You might, right? And what to me is crazy is going into the game, I felt kind of worried for Broken Blade because, again, he was on a blind pick, right? I think Cannon is very strong, but it's not like the champion can't be countered. But the game wasn't even remotely about that because of how insanely out of control the bot lane got, just in the 2v2. So it wasn't like Peanut ganking, which he's done so much on Maokai specifically early on. It was just straight up Delight and Paze taking over.
I like that you call out Peanut because he's someone who, it's so cool to see him continue to find success in international competition. He's been around forever. Last time he won a title internationally was 2017, MSI, way back in the day. And then since then has actually bounced around quite a bit, gone to the LPL, represented them a couple times, and then to come back to the LCK and start finding dominance yet again with back-to-back titles so far, it's just really cool stuff to see.
Absolutely, and this best of 5 may end up being a footnote in their run at MSI, unfortunately for G2. So let's see what has to change. Let's look at the mid lane, because Chovy versus Caps, a matchup we were super excited about. Caps having something to prove after he didn't end the best in the spring split over in the LEC, but we haven't been able to see any of that.
And it's not just Caps. Because of Caps not being able to match, it also means we don't see nearly as much of Yike, right? And I think that Yike playing carries and actually being able to get stuff done around the map, to find the continuous ganks, keep the pressure on the enemy jungler, is what made it so successful. And yeah, this matchup right now is not looking great.
Oh my god, 8-1-21, 1-12.
There's a lot of things to highlight, but the kill participation one to me is actually the most damning.
Staggering.
Because it feels like Caps is the engine when you're talking about getting Yike off the ground and those two comboing together. He has been locked in lane by Chovy. And you saw multiple attempts going at Chovy this game in the first 5 minutes. The fact that you saw early roams from Mickey, they got the flash out of Chovy, they tried to repeat gank it, and he survived. And it just shows how difficult it is to actually get a lead through mid lane.
And how it's very apparent that throwing a wrench in the works like this is going to disrupt what G2 have found the most success with so far this year in terms of elevating Yike, setting him up for success, Caps getting out of that lane. And I feel like that's something you have to address not just in the context of this best of 5, but for the rest of MSI.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to remember that unlike most of the time when you lose a best of 5 at international competition, you're still alive now. And so there's still things you want to learn, still picks you want to try, things like that going forward throughout the rest of the tournament.
But they have not lost yet, because I feel like, rightfully so, we are praising Gen G. They do look like they're going to close this out quite comfortably. So paint me a picture then. Do me a favor. Paint me a picture of how G2 picks up this next game.
I do think you go back to game number 1, right? That was the one that actually looks competitive.
They're on blue side. They picked it themselves.
Yeah. Get a better lane matchup. Make sure that you can actually put pace on the back foot. The inevitability of Gen G, I think, will remain a problem that G2 right now can't solve. You need to win early. You need to find a way. I don't care what crazy magic you pull out of the hat.
But they tried it.
Well, yeah, it didn't work in game 1, but it looked better than game 2.
Okay. No, they tried it game 2 as well.
Well, I mean with Jinx and Fresh, I'm like, maybe
interesting picks. Level 1 invades, lots of burger flips. That's the classic menu we serve at NA that maybe EU wants to try some of those for trying to pull an upset off.
Maybe we'll need to. Maybe we'll need to. I think they should. The big question is, can G2 adapt for game 3, or will Gen G close out the series with a clean sweep and utter domination? Let's get into picks and bans with Medivedi and Azael.
Thank you very much, Shox. Now, Vedi, I have a small breath of hopium for us.
Yeah, go ahead.
If it takes Gen G longer than 23 minutes and 24 seconds to win this series, G2 versus TL is still the fastest best of 5 internationally ever.
Oh, nice. Cool.
We're still top dogs.
That is like the most glass half full of all time.
I've got to find something, right? Because it has been a struggle for G.
That's a dub.
You know, G2 has to find something.
That's true. We'll see what they can do as we get into the draft. They are on blue side. They selected it. And here we go. Vi, Aphelios, Maokai Band, Nautilus, and Draven so far by Gen G.
I want to see flex picks. It's got to be something surprising if you're going back to blue on G2's side. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't just go back to red and try to do something a little bit crazy with fifth pick, counter pick. But we'll see what the option is going to be. They are banning out the Aphelios, they are banning out the Maokai, so banning out some of the champions that caused them issues last time around.
Okay, so the Kennen first pick again. They're arguing that the Maokai facilitation, the AP option in the jungle, is why the Tristana is even a viable option for them. Of course, there's still the Lissandra. They can still just do the Tristana top. I guess from Broken Blade's perspective, he's like, sure, I got pushed in, but like that matchup wasn't a problem.
No, it wasn't a problem.
It wasn't like he was getting steamrolled in the 1 versus 1. Later on, the Trist was a problem, but like that last game was pretty much all about bot. And the problem you now have is that you've left K'Sante open, which we know is one of Gen G's best picks, and they can flex it between top and mid.
Yeah, they're going to be able to flex that around. It is interesting because it's just like the game didn't get to the point where the Tristana would be a problem, right? The Tristana had push early. Sure, Kennen can have impact in team fights, but the Tristana did hit that point once he had BT and Null Magic where you would never really be able to contest inside. So it's interesting to see them go back to this. I do think G2 are just going to full send it on a team fight-based comp. If you are going to be early picking this, Xayah Rakan would make sense.
I was expecting,
yeah, Xayah Rakan does make a lot of sense here. You have Engage. You can use that Kennen as the follow-up. It is Nidalee and K'Sante on the other side, so a lot of early game power here being grabbed by Peanut and one of the Soul Laners. We don't know exactly where the K'Sante is going to go yet.
I want to make sure they can get an AD carry for Pei is one of his comforts. You look at some of his most played, and Zeri is definitely up there alongside the Aphelios, so it makes a lot of sense. Of course, Peanut has a very long career, and Nidalee, throughout his career, has been one of his go-to champions, so no stranger to that pick. Of course, now the jungle starts being the focus, and the Kha'Zix respect going towards Yike. Of course, Yike has been able to find small advantages in these games, but largely muted because of how problematic the solo lanes have been for G2. We haven't really seen Caps unlocked on the map. Game 1, he got shut down by Chovy. Game 2 was the bot lane that collapsed. So Peanut still wanting to respect the possibility of like getting a comfort pick and something that he can have agency on that can potentially carry.
I think as much as we talked about Paze being in his rookie year and in his first international tournament, you have to remember Yike's in the same boat. Like, yes, he has won winter. He's had a few more games here in 2023, but he is still new to the international stage. And I think we've seen him get early leads and not really know how to translate them. Part of that is Gen G doing really well at shutting him down, but part of that also could be the fact you are in your first international tournament against one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a lot of pressure going up against these guys, and he's going up against Peanut, who is such a veteran. We talked about it on the desk. He's been around forever. Came onto the scene very, very early on. Has really stayed at that top level for a lot of years now across a number of different rosters.
Ooh. Rel is something in Europe we saw a lot from Hylissang. Just a hover right now, of course, but support lock-in would make a lot of sense, and that's what they'll go for. So a little bit more engaged from the side of Delight. speaking to Chronicler, he was telling me a lot about how that is Delight's preferred play style, those engage style supports. His Rakan was very impressive when we saw it in the finals, and I'm very confident that his Rel will be just as present as his Blitzcrank was in Game 2.
It's his first Rel of this year as well, though. It does, of course, give you a huge teamfight threat. That Magnet Storm can do a lot of work as you get later into the game and stopping the Kennen getting onto your backline. But as you say, Poppy jungle locked in here for Yike alongside the Annie. That's going to go back to Caps in the mid lane.
Yes, this is really interesting. We have 5th pick counter pick here for Chovy. We want to see exactly what he's going to do. Of course, it could be the K'Sante flex mid, but, you know, I am interested to see what the answer is going to be. You know, if they wanted to, they could go just on the top again. Sion was actually banned out in second phase last game. They banned double tanks away from Doran. This would be like very much a Zeri 1v9 style game as far as the damage profile is concerned, but I don't think you're worried about that with how well Paze has been playing. It is going to be the Malphite. This can be a pretty decent matchup into it. You know, I want to see exactly where he's going to take it. I'm expecting Common. I'm expecting, you know, early Catalyst who can go Abyssal. If he's really not concerned, you can just continue to just kind of build armor and go for Sunfire and stuff like that. But I think you do want to pay some respect, especially given that it's double AP Soul Laners.
Chovy, the original K'Sante mid player. Against Annie, I think that you have a lot of safety and security. You can invest in early Moat Treads. You also have the ability to mitigate that stun entirely by utilizing the skill that can't be interrupted. And then you have so much engage, which I think is the biggest difference from G2's position, right? You have the Rel to start fights, you have the Malphite. Regardless, either one can follow up on that initial engage. K'Sante, the disruption that he can create in the middle of a team fight, alongside then the range that both Azerion and Nidalee can provide. You can see how much more well-rounded this composition is, and it gives Gen G more options as the game progresses, outside of just needing to find leads in the early game.
It is interesting to see, you know, how Gen G just decided to index so heavily into engage against the Xayah, right? Because firstly, that is one of the best marksmen to actually be able to deal with it. So the ultimate is going to be so key for Hanzu. Can they actually go in with one, force out that ult, and then follow up with the other? You know, it's going to be between Doran and Delight to constantly force out those Xayah's cooldowns to be able to put them in a position where they can burst them down.
Yeah, and it's not only that, it's the fact that if you're engaging, G2 are very much on the back foot in that situation, which gives Paze a lot more time to ramp up on the Zeri, which is what Zeri does so well in these fights.
I will say, Merc Treads are insanely high value for honestly kind of both sides, but even more so for G2, because it's actually a lot of magic damage that comes out of Zeri. You know, it is mixed, but it is 30–40% of the damage is about magic. It is a fair bit on that top side as well. You know, of course, Chovy can do physical damage, but it's not exactly like you're that big powerhouse who's going to be putting out a tremendous amount of physical damage. So we'll see, you know, if Yike can really get to that point with something like a Force of Nature, you know, which could be very difficult to get through.
Veddy, do you want my other really small win for EMEA?
I love your small win.
Chovy hasn't died on K'Sante in the 3 games he's played it. If we kill him, he hasn't died at all, ever, on the K'Sante. If we kill him, record breakers.
World first.
World first.
World first.
Race to world first is going on right now. These guys.
He does look like a raid boss. Yeah.
Exactly.
Certainly does.
Obviously, small mercies as you see. The grasp for the K'Sante in the mid lane. Caps running first strike once again. G2 trying to work their way down towards this bottom lane. We'll use the sweeper to make sure there's no vision there. But Delight and Paze, it looks like they'll be helping Peanut on this first clip.
I actually like this. This is interesting. So mostly people against this Kennen matchup do go Comet, but the reason you can go Airy here is good Kennens can actually E-start, and as soon as you throw the Q, they E and they go backwards, and your combo will always miss. So you can actually dodge out those comets very, very effectively. So it's a nice little bit of matchup tech here. You know, Airy obviously guaranteed to connect. Can G2 find an advantage here at level 1?
Looks like they don't want to gamble it.
They got the first minion though, so that's
they did.
It's a dub. We take those. Put them on the board.
Both the junglers starting on the bot side of the map, pathing towards top. I wonder if Yike will actually do a full clear bot side into looking for some opportunity bot lane, but I expect Peanut to mainly just prioritize on himself. Leverage his pushing lanes to try and steal away some camps from Yike. Of course, the steadfast presence, very annoying for champions with the dashes, which there are a decent number of them from Gen G. This could be one of the biggest difference makers when it comes to the later fights, how Yike can disrupt and disengage some of the very, I would say, linear engage tools that Gen G have for themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, Poppy is really that X factor. If you can get a great ultimate, you can really change the course of those fights. If you knock someone out, like Chovy, like Peanut, you know, turn that into an odd number fight, potentially can make something happen.
I will say, like, you talked about the Xayah ultimate as well.
Flash away from Paze.
Both
Good
sums.
from Hans Summer, as you say. Cleanse flash. And for the first time this series, Hansama and Mickey starting to win out that bot 1v1. Yike now looking up, 2v2. Yike looking up towards this top side. Doran does have the flash. He can't really escape. Knocked into the wall. Steadfast Presence goes down. They look to burst him. First blood, G2. Yike escapes, but the minions will take him out in the end. He's executed. Peanut coming in from the side as well. The spear goes wide, just clipping the heels of Broken Blade, and the TP invested by Doran.
This is one of the weaknesses of Malphite. You know, it's one of the things you'll always hear from top laners. And Bro, he could look for a Q3 flash if he wants, but not going to go for it. Those take that advantage, but the early levels on Malphite are very, very vulnerable. You can't contest the wave in these kind of matchups, so it's very easy for your opponents to stack. Peanut was not there to actually cover the dive, and they do make it happen. They get first blood onto Broken Blade, who's starting with a Cull. It's going to be an XP disadvantage as well there from Doran, who misses some of those minions. Of course, he could TP back and collect the rest.
But Chovy playing the mid lane matchup so well. See how he mitigates the stun, forces Caps underneath this tower, and this means that there's no assistance on the blue buff.
Peanut was unspotted.
Peanut
works his way around here. The smite comes down. Yike did get it. Peanut looking for the chase here, of course, because Yike skipped blue to get that top gank off. Peanut knew he had an opportunity to try and invade and steal that away.
This is very much what we expected from Peanut, leveraging his pushing lanes, knowing that Yike needs to reset. Broken Blade can't assist. Caps has to go back to base. This gives Peanut a window to steal away some of these camps as we see more fighting in the bot lane.
Delight knocked up. Does still have the flash, has the ignite. Hansama puts down the feathers, pulls them back for the root. Delight's going to jump away. The Ferromancer's shield helping him out a little bit as Pei's bone plating is propped. But in the end, the Gen G bot lane are able to walk away, only mildly scathed. They will be kept away from the wave, though.
Well, as we saw in game 1, when Hansama and Mickey did have the stronger 2v2, they were able to find those 2v2 kills. And we're seeing it again here in game 3, where they are really the ones dictating the pace. Pei's will be forced back to base, needs to get a little bit of health back and spend some of that money. But Peanut has found a window to look for something bot lane. I don't think they're going to force anything, though, given that wave is pretty big. Peanut just going to instead look to steal away some of these camps.
Yeah, we can see this one more time. Doran's still only level 2. You know, not really a lot you can do to outplay here. You can try to early flash away from the wall, but honestly, I don't even think it really makes a difference there. And Yike, unfortunately, didn't pick up his passive shield. That's actually what killed him. He missed the passive shield walking out there, so the minions do finish him off. You can see he realized his error, tried to run back to it. But just a slight misstep on how he passed out there, he should have survived. And that did put him pretty behind, because you can see Peanut, it's actually up at least 3 camps now.
Admittedly, but if he chooses to flash there, he's probably pretty aware that Peanut's hovering around the top side of the map, so he may have even conceded a kill. But dying to the turret, obviously while not ideal, I think in a weird way ended up working out in his favor, even though he does end up losing a couple of camps as a result.
Wave not in the best of places for a G2 dive as of yet. That cannon wave pushing in means that Yike will just get the control ward on the Krugs, and now Peanut's going to try and answer. He'll be spotted as he starts up his rock buddies.
But Yike was spotted as well. You can see the question marks from Gen G, so they know he's around. Peanut moves up top, is going to cover, and this is more time, again, spent by Yike. He goes up, he tries to threaten that dive. Now he's going to be spotted around mid. He has no camps on top side, right? He's actually falling quite behind where Peanut is. Peanut has 3 camps up plus bot scuttle right now. He took away the bot side Krugs. There's nothing for Yike to do. And because of this, it's really easy for Gen G to just play safe and just respect the fact that these ganks could come in. Keep your wards down. Don't give any advantages because they are running away with that jungle matchup.
Chovy going to use this window to get a bit of deep vision. We'll drop it on Yike's Raptors. He's actually moving into the Fog of War. G2 should be aware of this. But Hansama and Mickey continuing to get the push. The wave is in a very awkward spot where they really could do with a bit of cover, but Yike, in terms of his pathing, not ideal, as you already mentioned, Azael. That jungle matchup very quickly snowballing in favor of Peanut, as Yike hasn't gotten farm for a while now, and Peanut going to tick over to level 6.
And you can see Peanut, you know, even going in, taking this scuttle away first. He wants to move in potentially for the Raptors respawn, and not going to do it just yet, so we'll retreat back towards his blue buff. But he is prioritizing any contested camp before that of his own, moves into his opponent's jungle, takes away a camp, and when there's nothing aggressive to do, then he goes back to his side of the map and farms it up. And this is the way you want to play when you are playing these carnivore-style junglers that have got to be in the face of your opponent. You know you have the early advantage, and he's making the most of it, you know, nearly doubling the camps taken of his opponent.
Almost 6 camps ahead as he gets over that 57 CS mark. It is his 4th most played of all time as well. 54 games on the Nidalee, and even though I think these days wouldn't see Peanut too much as a Nidalee player, more of a utility shot caller for the team, he can still bring it out in games like this as the dash comes out from Pei. He escapes with the cleanse, manages to survive, but Hansama and Mickey didn't even burn anything to get that pressure down. The zombie ward will spot Peanut. Hansama continues to step up, has that Feather Storm, and Haze and Delight will just disengage.
Hansama ticking over to level 6 is likely the reason why Gen.G didn't want to commit to any action, even though Peanut was there. Of course, the ultimate is so powerful in these early skirmishes. Hansama very close to a plate, and now Yike covering around the bot side of the map. The problem that G2 have...
They want to dive.
Well, the thing is, you look at mid lane and you can see Chovy continues to push Caps underneath the tower. The fact that Caps can't get out on the map, and the fact that Chovy's even able to secure himself a plate, makes it much harder for G2 to invest in any early dive, and for the time being, G2 are just going to have to be happy with the 2v2 advantages that they're finding for themselves.
I mean, it's really good. They're up 500 gold down on that bottom side. They do have a 600 gold lead overall in the game, so this is, you know, by far the best position I feel like G2 have been in. They created some slight advantages in the first game, but that was with like a full-on early game comp where you're like, you have to be way ahead. They have good scaling in this composition. They could absolutely win 5v5s if they can execute. So I think this is the best showing we've seen from G2 so far.
I'd agree with you there. They also have comfort, right? Mickey is on this Rakan, well known for it in Europe, and we know that he can have impact as the game goes on. For the moment, though, Rift Herald was secured by Peanut. Yike looked for something up towards the top side, but once again, Gen.G, their vision control is always in the right place at the right time. It's not superfluous. They don't invest too much vision in a place. They just have a singular ward here and there to spot anyone out. Unstoppable Force used by Doran to get away, but he's going to sack a bit of this wave. You can see Delight and Peanut have moved up together here to try and protect Doran underneath this tower.
Yeah, I love the early defensive ult there from Doran. We'll see if they can make anything happen.
Early. There's the knock-up for the Q3 back into the all-out, pulls Mickey all the way out. The quickness used by Mickey to escape. Chovy dashes back forward with the flash Caps, low on mana. Q3 once again hits Mickey. The Tibbers for the stun though, and Mickey sneaks his way away.
Oh, what a kill there from G2, but on top side, Broken Blade, no ult, no flash. You are dead, sir.
No way for him to get out of this one. Tries to put the damage back down onto Doran, but Peanut will swipe him away.
I mean, Chovy played that so well. You could tell, though, he was feeling himself. He wanted more. He didn't want to just get away. Wanted to chase him for that kill. And Cap still had the Tippers available. And when you are in that all out and the ulti is still available, you can get burst down. You're going to be so squishy at that point.
Peanut now making his way into mid, though. Looks like he's not going to convert this into much.
Yike just flashes the wall. Doran takes the tower. Doran's going to execute. Doran's going to execute. The ward in the bush means that Doran does not fall. He gets the execution as our screens pause for a second.
Yeah. We can look at the in-game spectator client.
We're back. We're back.
Oh, or are we?
Perhaps not. Yep. Doran's just, Chovy's just pushing in the mid lane as Caps is getting caught. Meanwhile, in the bottom side of the map, Hansama and Mickey doing what they can. Another plate will go over to the Gen.G mid laner. Honors even in terms of gold, as Peanut and Delight are going to team up here to secure the first dragon of the game. G2 are walking their way across, maybe looking for a contest. Yike is being kept at bay by Chovy, though, and Delight and Peanut giving a bit of respect here, but Mickey and Hansama having none of it. In a bit of a sticky situation. If they keep pressing forward, they'll do it. And because Broken Blade also TP'd into the mid lane, G2 actually gained control of the dragon.
Yeah, this should be theirs for sure. You know, Yike is here now. Doran's up towards topside, so he might lose a plate or two topside, but they are going to be able to grab this dragon for themselves, which is very, very nice. You know, trying to establish something from that bot lane control that they have. They have the better buy here on Hans. They've been consistently forcing out the cooldowns from Pays. Mickey and Hans really having a great game in this one in that 2v2. So are going to be able to keep it close in gold. They have a dragon. We're in a very even game state. We have to say, Chovy has just been doing very well in this lane, in this 1v1, constantly keeping the push going on this Annie, using his Demolish non-stop. You know, almost has his third plate proc, and that's all solo. You know, he's been proccing that Demolish over and over and over. Has done about 1,000 damage already to the tower with it.
Chovy not taking the tower, it's just to clear out the wave. We'll be able to back away. We did get Chovy's first ever death on the Cassandra. True. So G2 winning in some ways. And also, it would be 11 minutes from here, Gen.G winning for the fastest ever best of 5. We'll keep track of that.
I think we're safe.
We'll see. You never know with G2. And with how Gen.G have been playing, Chovy going forward, looking for the Intopo strikes. Caps able to dodge to the side of it. The Rift Herald put down in the mid lane. Yeet it, Yike. Woo! All the way back to the tier 2. As Yike helicopters it away from the battle for now. Mickey's coming across. Of course, the Rift Herald will work her way back towards this turret and still get the charge in. So really just delaying the inevitable here by G2. Shelly charges, the turret plates fall, and only one tower plate remains in the mid lane.
So when we kind of take stock of the game, Gen.G still have a healthy advantage. The top lane matchup slowly starting to swing in favor of Doran as Peanut now threatened to dive.
Broken Blade, no flash, and the spear hits, and Peanut hungrily looking for it, chucks another spear into the back of Broken Blade and sends him to the fountain.
Yeah, Doran just used the ult aggressively there to try to get that chunk, put him really, really low, didn't actually need to wait till he's under the tower, gets him low, and not being able to dodge it on that spear meant it was lights out here as Peanut's now going to be wrapping around mid on Caps.
So much speed from Peanut through this jungle, constantly putting pressure on, goes top, comes mid, a turret secured in the mid lane as well, all 5 tower plates over to Gen.G, and even though G2 did have a solid start in this game, it's Gen.G who are wresting control out of their hands with the all out as Chovy dives forward, the flash away from Caps to keep himself alive.
It's just crazy how ruthless Peanut is being on the map right now. He has just such a great awareness of what he can and cannot do. And you think about the amount of pressure that Gen.G are exploiting across the board. That gold was dead even a second ago, and now it's ballooned into a 2k gold gap. And a lot of this stems from the fact that earlier in top lane, Broken Blade committed a flash to try and find a pick onto Doran, who only committed his ultimate to escape. And off the back of that flash, Peanut was able to find a top lane kill, a couple of picks, a number of tower plates, and now the game is very quickly snowballing out of control. 9 turret plates in favor of Gen.G to the 3 of G2, even though G2 have had bot lane, well, have had control, I would say, throughout the laning phase. And look at the advantages that have been gained compared to what Gen.G have gotten elsewhere on the map.
That said, it is still just, under 2k gold lead here, so it's not insurmountable by any means. G2 do have that early dragon. We'll see if they want to continue pushing towards that. The entire gold lead really is just Peanut, right? So, Nidalee doesn't always translate her leads as well as some of the other junglers. Yike, yes, he is behind, but you do have so much utility on this Poppy. If you can have a really good W, interrupt someone on a dash, knock someone out of the fight, it's definitely winnable.
Flash, knock up into the wall with the cleanse, jump away. Well played by Paze, escapes the gank.
Incredible reaction time there from Paze. Doesn't flash, reacts calmly, just pops the cleanse into the E over the wall, and is able to get away to safety. Yike, of course, did commit the flash, and now Delight using this window to get a lot of deep vision on the top side of the map, and this is one of the big advantages of unlocking that mid-tier 1 and helping Doran get through what was a rough laning phase. He's now in a very healthy spot, consistently trading well into Broken Blade, and he's going to be able to secure another tower for Gen.G.
Yeah, and didn't feel like he needed to actually itemize for the matchup at all. He did go for Mercs, but he's just going straight into Sunfire. Nothing like an Abyssal. And we'll see, G2 moving up towards this top side. Looks like they want to challenge for the Herald. Chovy's staying down on bot. He does have his TP available, so we'll see if Gen.G want to fight this, or if they're content to just give it over and try to farm some damage on that bot side turret.
Mythics across the board right now, only Yike.
There you go.
Have it, the TP used as you say. Peanut looking for the chase. Hans Summer and Mickey there to back up their jungler. Rift Herald will reset. Caps and Broken Blade can come across as well. In the end, Gen.G invest the teleport. G2 get out. Delight waiting in an unwarded bush. G2 can fight this, but I don't think they want to. Broken Blade's gone back to the top lane. Mickey just standing close by. Toku strikes will hit onto Yike, but in the end, the Rift Herald actually just running out of patience a little bit as it was chasing Doran across, but Gen.G should secure it. Next fight will be around the dragon, you have to feel, in 4 seconds' time. It's a 4,000 gold lead for Gen.G, though, as they continue to extend their advantage.
I mean, Gen.G have the luxury of being able to just drop the Herald in mid now, create this extra point of pressure, force G2 out of the river, and as spectators to the objective, they have no real control around the bot side. It's Gen.G that continue to dictate the pace of the game.
No deep wards as well for G2, so Broken Blade has to TP to the mid lane tower. Mickey going in, but Broken Blade is not here yet. Caps on the flank, though. Delight getting locked up. Caps trying to get in with the tippers. Broken Blade flashes forward with the slicing maelstrom, but he can't get off the pace. Peanut is low. Chovy will fall. Doran down towards the bottom side will kill off Mickey. Peanut so low, though, and Yike's able to take him out as well. In the end, a 3-for-1 in favor of G2.
Looks like actually only 2 end up dying on the side of Gen.G. But Delight, as you rightly said, able to get away with his life just barely. And the Herald, though, securing the mid-tier 2. Gen.G still hold on to a 3k gold lead. G2 may be able to, or they will be able to secure the dragon for themselves. But the TP now comes in from Doran.
Doran doesn't have ultimate. He's just going to face tank them. Paze, of course, can come in with that lightning crash. Could stack up the overcharge. Broken Blade's going to keep him at bay, and although the dragon will walk its way back to the pit with Caps coming across, you have to feel like Gen.G will give up the ghost on this one. Caps looks for the stun onto Doran. He's down to half HP. Hans Summer puts the feathers down, doesn't yet pull them out, and it seems like G2 will now decide to disengage.
Yeah, nicely done there by G2. I think going to be sad that it is the Chemtech Soul, unfortunately for them. But they do have that 2-dragon advantage. They are down a bit of gold here, but it is not insurmountable by any means. And again, when you take that Nidalee into consideration, I actually think they're in a pretty solid spot here. Hans having a good game and who never was able to even force out that ult from him. Mickey trying to go here, but it didn't feel like it was really that well coordinated with the team. You know, preemptive play, like if you look at actually where Caps is over here. You can see that Broken Blade hasn't even arrived yet. It was so early. I think he really wanted to try to go before the Herald crashed to try to defend that tier 2, but it just wasn't well organized with the team. They are able to finally chase down and get this kill on Peanut.
Yeah, I would definitely say a very messy fight. The fact that G2 walked away with what they did was definitely an advantage for them, but so much of the map now is still in control of Gen G. They're doing such a great job of maintaining vision in the river and just making it very difficult for G2 to find any sort of flank. They're like taking a lot of damage, but they should be able to get away to safety. And right now, it's just about Gen G returning onto the map. You expect them to primarily play towards this bot tower. It's the last neutral objective, really outer tower for them to play for. Broken Blade in a bit of danger right now. Yike is on his way.
That's the blast cone. Slicing Maelstrom used. There's the stun. They're looking to lock up Chovy. He dashes away, but the stun connects again. Then G2 get a kill in the top lane.
Great kill on the top side. Yike moves up there, and it's the anti-timing with the all-out from Chovy as he puts himself low right as Yike blast cones over the wall.
He's scored as well. There's the charm. No cleanse. He used it in the last play in mid, but the lightning rush will come out, and G2 start to retreat. They see Peanut waiting in the wings, and they decide they don't want a piece of that action right now. But Paze does have to burn the ultimate to escape.
You've also got to say, by far the best position for Caps so far in this series. He has 2 kills.
Double move! Delight's on low, the Foulmancy. Yike's going to come in from the side as well. Delight is falling. Paze locked into the wall. And there's the knock-up with the helicopter as well. Paze dives in, but the feathers fly. Mickey picks up a double.
Huge kills there from G2. Getting another couple back. They're now down only 1.5k here. G2 showing signs of life in this series. You know, really battling back strong here. It's such a bounce back game from Hans and Mickey, and I cannot overstate how impressed I am from that. To get demolished like they did in the last game and to not just roll over or die in the series, to come back and just fight straight up, picking his Rakan, laning really well, getting pressure, forcing out those sums from Paze constantly in lane, and now showing up for these 5v5s.
I mean, Peanut's gone deep here. There's a blast code for Broken Blade, but you can't get away from the Steadfast Presence. He's stunned up, he's locked up, he was looking to stop the recalls, and his heartbeat is stopped.
Hang on a second, that's a dead jungler. G2, it looks like they're not going to run the risk. I was considering a Baron option. Well, the reality is that Gen G are making a number of mistakes right now, and this game is very quickly shifting in the momentum of G2. Like, of course, the gold difference is still in Gen G's favor, but when we look at the gold, as I was highlighting earlier, all of the advantage is sitting on this Nidalee, and it can be difficult to convert those advantages into victories for a team. And Chovy, you said that he hadn't died on this champion. 3 deaths now in this game.
Only died on this champion this game.
Like, it's very uncharacteristic. I think that Chovy has been very overconfident in some of the skirmishes that he's been trying to make happen. And Yike, very present this game. He has been involved in 7 of the team's 8 kills. But let's see if G2 can maintain this momentum as Chovy has found another fight.
Peanut's on his way, the slicing mouse was being used. You can see Yike trying to distract Delight and Paze down towards the bottom side, but Broken Blade has definitely overstayed in the top lane. Peanut will take him out, he'll shut him down. Yike was able to walk away, the TP invested as well by Caps to make sure his jungler could get to safety.
And we talk about oversteps, now we see G2 making the same kind of mistake. An easy collapse from Gen G in the top side. Of course, Doran did commit the teleport to create this flank happening, but when other members were like resetting on the map, oh, hang on, they are actually just going to start this
one off. This is like the T1 special. They've had this done to them. Now they're going to try to look to do it in their turn.
A great steadfast presence into the copter, knocks the light away, but Yike is still in the midst of 3 members of Gen G. They're going to try and chase him down. Caps trying to keep them at bay. Mickey fighting Chovy up towards the top side as Hansama keeps that battle continuing. Seismic Shard into the spear, but Yike dodges to the side. The red buff, the Molten Shield, the steadfast presence. The flash in the end will get enough, but Gen G have invested so much into trying to kill the Poppy, and G2 pounce.
The rookie from Europe comes up clutch. He dances Gen G into death as they punish the overextension, and G2 finally come alive in this series.
What an overforce by Gen G. I mean, they look for the flash engage from Delight onto Yike. He easily pops the W, interrupts that, then Doran full whiff on the Malphite ult. They're just going to go straight to this Baron. It is warded, but can they even do anything about it? I don't think so.
We've seen Gen G get out of trickier spots in the past. Mickey jumps across the wall, as you say, vision on it. Chovy not spotted yet, has that all out, has the flash. Seen on a ward as he comes around the corner. Broken Blade, Mickey and Hansama. It looks like this is just going to be G2 securing the Baron. The Dragon available to them if they can get down there in time.
Gen G pinging the Dragon. They've acknowledged that they can't secure this. Yike back out on the map first. The Baron has been secured for G2. Yike needs to be so careful now. He is isolated.
It's so good. Almost blast cones Yike back into the entirety of Gen G. And I don't think Yike would have been able to slip his way away from that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G gonna get a Dragon back, and of course, because of the class of this team and because of how the series has gone, you're still gonna be nervous. You're still gonna think Gen G could battle back. But I gotta say, if you have nameplates off, you give this to G2's side like 90-10 with the compositions, with the Dragon lead, with the Baron buff. They're in such a good spot. Great rejection there. Then the sidestep.
Oh my word, yeah.
Doran just didn't expect it. Full whiff there with the ulti. The laser doesn't even tag him from Pays. I just can't believe they continued chasing into the tower.
They were like, we just need one more hit.
This is insanity to me. They're all going for it. Peanut flashes in, gets stunned up again. Then Caps arrive. Doran has to flash in. They're trying to look for a dive, but that is not going to work. Malphite too tanky.
Wow. Huge props to Yike. You talked last game about Pays making his debut on the international stage. Yike, I don't think he had a bad game 1 or game 2, but game 3 is really where we're feeling his presence. G2 will unlock another tower on the map as Caps goes to answer Chovy in a side lane. Let's see if G2 can use this Baron to really do some damage to the structures of Gen G. They have been commanding in this series, and as you rightly said, Azael, until you see G2 knocking on the Nexus, you're always going to believe that Gen G can find a way back into this game. But right now, G2 are looking good.
I just don't know how Nidalee actually plays the game in 5v5s. I think it's incredibly difficult. You know, when there's so much CC and AoE damage on the other side. Peanut caught again.
But this, you start at the damage. Double force across the wall, and there's the Magnet Storm as well. Slicing Maelstrom has been used, but Peanut pulls the stopwatch. Mickey down already. Pays takes 1, that's 2. And Gen G just ripped through the heart of G2.
It's just overextension after overextension on both sides, and Hans now in a lot of trouble here. He does have the Ghost, he does have the ulti. And we'll be able to walk it out, but Chovy's coming.
Chovy has the all-out. Hansama can flash the wall to try and get away. Dodges the spear, but Delight's looking for more. Feather Storm. Hansama will escape one more. Oh, no! Not quite enough with the deadly plumage to kill off Delight.
And you have to question what the game plan was there for G2, even if they want to force that. It was so disjointed. You had Yike and Mickey engaging the fight, to then Broken Blade come in after. He also invested the flash, and that Baron power play was a 1.5k gold advantage. They then threw that away and gave Gen G a very clear avenue back into this game.
I mean, it's one of those things where you can just see, you know, that where the excitement of the moment is really getting them. They see that they can catch Peanut out, but look where your carries are. They're not even close. You know, Broken Blade is still a mile away. Hans is not even close to arriving. You know, it's one of those things, you've got to be on the same page. This did happen to them around that mid lane where Mickey went in a little bit early there too. This time it was Yike going in. It's Mickey trying to follow up, but you need to have the damage there. You cannot give Gen G ways back into this series. You cannot give them ways back into this game.
It does feel like G2 are making some very nerve-wracking plays.
There's no damage, again.
Well, they have
Chovy, they're just trying to keep him, you know, CC'd for as long as possible. There's the quickness as well. Hansama now joins. Another knockup goes out. The all-out used across the wall as Chovy tries to retreat. Hansama looking for the root, but can't quite find it. And in the end, Chovy able to walk out of the gank from G2.
I mean, the good news for G2 is there's not really much on the map for Gen G to cross-map with. G2 have to be careful about overextending in the top side. Caps can be left isolated here. You'll notice Gen G pushing in that mid-wave. I think Peanut just stole away the Raptor camps once more. But overall, it was just an opportunity for G2. They tried to punish Chovy. It only really cost him his ultimate.
Yeah, he gets a couple ults off the enemy team, gets the Ignite off Mickey, does spend the ult of his own. And he is getting very, very tanky. He has that Force of Nature now. Is working towards what is very likely Gargoyle Stoneplate, and that is where it gets so hard to actually take this guy down, because he can get in the middle of the team, get that massive shield to keep him alive. So we'll see what G2 want to do next. I'd like to see them continue setting up around these neutral objectives, looking to play around those dragons. You have such an advantage playing around those neutrals with Yike, but it's going to be Chovy just TPing to safety.
Gets him out. There's the counter TP as G2 look to collapse down towards this bottom side. Gen.G nowhere near close enough to react. The Steadfast Presence coming out as well. Pathmaker held, dodges away from the knockup, but still gets stunned, and Chovy will fall. Gen.G now looking to pincer in, but they retreat as soon as they realize their mid laner has gone down.
That was 5 bot for Chovy there. He goes down, and because he died, the Dragon, he's not going to be there at the Dragon spawn. He's not going to have TP as well because he spent that, so G2 going to be able to get this bot push, threaten this tier 2. They're going to potentially threaten a dive.
G2 still have all of their ultimates as well. They didn't invest any of those into killing Chovy. The tier 2 in the bot lane will fall. Gen.G can still rely on Paze. He is even on gold with Hansama basically, but they're retreating. They don't think they can defend without their mid laner. Peanut was doing the Razor Beaks. And now with 11 seconds up on the next Drake of the game, it would be Soul Point for G2, as you said earlier, Azael. It's only a Chem Soul, not the most powerful, but still something you want.
The biggest thing that G2 have to be concerned about right now is that Baron spawns in 30 seconds. Committing to this Dragon means that how much are you going to give up on the map in exchange? And if Gen.G can just force a couple backs or get a good trade hit, a Baron is on the cards.
Dragon taken, Broken Blade looking for that glass cone. You get so far with those mega cones. Gen.G retreating for the moment. Yike in the pit can flash the wall. They know where Broken Blade is. He's marked by Chovy now. Caps looking for the flank position as well. He's not on vision. Flash away from the unstoppable force. G2 now disengage.
But Soul Point for G2. Going to be feeling really good about that. Yike poking and prodding here. It's the ulti from Doran to actually force that flash, so that is a fine trade, but it's Soul Point for G2. They're still in the lead as far as gold advantage, and they're still in the lead, I think, as far as composition, and Doran has no ult to escape.
Yeah, he's going to knock him into the wall. Hansama's going to try and shred through him. The last Whisper already complete, and look, Doran already down, but the Gargoyles caging for the moment. Caps getting onto the backline, the cleanse away from Paze. He dashes across the wall, but Broken Blade is looking to lock him down, and Paze is out of the fight. The Magnet Storm perfect, but the Feather Storm equally so. A double for Hansama, and G2 breathe life into Europe.
G2 are going off in this third game, battling back in such a massive way here. Hans deathless, Caps deathless. The G2 carries have come alive and are now pushing in the base. They'll claim their first inhibitor of the series here, looking to be in prime position to take a game off of Gen.G.
G2, while it hasn't been the cleanest of games, have very well bought themselves enough time to stay alive in this series.
Peanut's just going to die. The hammer's come down. Broken Blade looking for the Shuriken, and Peanut with a great dodge away.
They can't overstay now. They need to back because Baron is up and alive, and the rest of the Gen.G members are respawning. The only good news for G2 is Peanut has to reset himself. Let's look back at this fight and just create awareness here from G2. They realized that some of the members of Gen.G have gone back to base. The ultimate already used from the Malphite meant that G2 could get this collapse. And look, he buys so much time, but the rest of Gen.G can't really respond. Caps tunnels onto Paze, forcing him out of the fight. And with Paze gone, there's just not enough damage.
Absolutely, and Broken Blade having that TP coming in, was already over the wall. Where Paze goes, he gets a wraparound, finishes him off. And when we're talking about it in the draft, you know, I pointed out, this is basically like a one damage source team over on Gen.G. When you're getting to later stages, it's really all about Paze, which did not seem like a concern at the time because of how well he'd been playing. But he has been put down. He is behind Hansama, and he is not at that point where he can really just completely 1v9 a game. He just is not doing the damage to knock through these frontliners fast.
The biggest differences we've seen is that Paze is being controlled and Chovy isn't dominating the matchup.
Unstoppable force. Hansama has the Feather Storm. They're going in with the Magnet Storm as well. Hansama able to retreat from it. Delight knocked away from the team, but the lightning crashes into the slicing Maelstrom. Doran already down. Chovy trying to distract the rest of G2. The Feathers are pulled back, and Chovy will kill off Hansama now.
He's now
4v3 as Paze begins to open up, and he's locked up. He's stunned up. He's shut down by G2. Delight dashes across the wall. Yike continues to chase him away.
The team fights are just too difficult for Gen.G to play. The damage is relentless, and the combination of Broken Blade and Yike creates so much chaos for Gen.G.
They want to end. They're going
G2 win, and they're looking to end the game.
Can G2 do it without their AD carry? The inhibitor still down for the next 3 minutes, but Chovy's up in 20, Paze is up in 28, Doran's up soon as well. Delight and Peanut are going to try and keep the wave, but with Tibbers pushing in and the super minions doing so as well. G2 begin to open up on the Nexus towers. Delight will fall down towards the bottom side. Peanut relegated to his fountain. And in their moment, oh so dark, G2 find a glimpse of light at the end of the tunnel. But instead, Gen.G want to shut that light down as Chovy goes forward. Mickey looking for the Nexus. G2, what a way to end it.
G2 will not be stomped in this series. They will ignite the fans here in London, and the confidence can start to come back.
Yeah, G2 coming alive in this series, and so is the London crowd here. Loving the fact that G2 are able to bounce back after that second game. They were decimated, and it felt like, you know, just looking at their faces, we were talking, it looked like they were dejected, it looked like they were potentially out of this. But I have got to give so much credit to the G2 bot lane. To me, this game was really so much about them, about their ability to actually be in this great spot, to constantly force summoners out of Paze, to keep Paze back, who was that kind of Soul Wing condition, have such a stable lane. Hans only died one time in this entire game, and that was after everyone is getting wiped on the other side.
I mean, for me, it was yikes. Like, his impact in the fights was incredible. For the young rookie to have such presence in so many of the picks and the plays, I thought was instrumental, and I hope that we can continue to see his impact in the game.
And especially since he was really far behind. He was like half CS, level 4 to the level 6, coming out from Peanut. Very, thankfully, not the quickest best of 5 ever anymore as G2 pick up a win, so we continue along with our series. Of course, the loser of this does go into a loser's bracket, a lower bracket, so even if G2 do end up losing this series, they will not be knocked out of MSI.
And what I will say is that when we still look at how the map was played, this was Gen G making uncharacteristic mistakes, right? They got picked a lot. They still had the gold lead for the majority of this game. While a lot of that did sit on Peanut, G2 couldn't really convert that. And like, they didn't really build an early game lead, you know? And so while I think that this was a big game and a much needed win, obviously, for G2, it's still a long road to walk.
Yeah, it really is. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that game. Shox, I know you're excited. Come on, Shox.
Okay, I'm kind of excited that they won. Okay.
Get excited. You'll be excited about that one.
I'm trying to be objective, and I am. But did you know, this is good. This is nice. This series is more interesting than it would have been. And I got to say, we got to give G2 their flowers specifically for this game. Simultaneously, though, also criticizing Gen G, which I know you're prepped and primed for.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was not a good game from Gen G. And yeah, you just had a sub-20-minute game. But you got to respect G2. There's a reason why this org is such high regard. And a lot of the plays that they went for, maybe not
we'll criticize Gen G in a little bit, but first I just want to highlight the comeback because they showed the goal differences. It looked exactly kind of like Game 1 and Game 2 where it just starts tailing in Gen G's favor, but then G2 was finding angles to punish the over-aggression out of Gen G and clawed their way back to win this game. I thought, you know, if G2 was going to win a game, it would be some burger flips level 1 that you run away with. The fact that it was a mid-game comeback was really, really cool to see.
Keeping your cool in terms of the game and fighting back, we'll take a look at a couple of those fights. And I think when we look at those first fights, do you feel that it was as much sometimes Gen G overstepping as they did later in the game? Because I do feel that at some points there were just opportunities found as well. And G2, when they got a small advantage, they did try to push it.
What's the really big difference to me, and what I think, those mistakes in mid-game, right, that Gen G overchasing a bunch of times, that you can point that on them. But if you look at G2, the way that Broken Blade, I think, specifically played out team fights was really, really big. When you're playing something like Zeri, if you don't get checked in a team fight, you can take over. This is something that Gen G have been able to do. And as you point out, like picks like this, I think G2 was continuously keeping Gen G behind on tempo, and they never got to set up and get the fight that they were looking for.
Yeah, I really liked how they attacked Chovy in the side lane over and over again. They have a very easy to execute composition with just tons of engaged threats and the single big backline damage dealer in Hans, and they did such a good job of pretty much always buying space for him and annihilating people as they tried to come in. It was really good stuff to see. You can see that Gen G was hungry for kills, and they just kept kind of face planting into this easy to execute team comp on the side of G2.
It was funny because Maurits, you were saying like, oh, Peanut in Italy, that's something that we actually haven't seen in years. Doesn't play carries anymore, and now it's going to be
back to Maokai.
Maokai duty.
Yeah, and it's like partially, I think that Pino go back to Nidalee, it's a fun throwback, but it's not even his play specifically. I think the team functions around him being a shot caller, around him being a facilitator, and if he's not that, then I think the puzzle very quickly falls apart, and I think Chovy struggles also kind of tied into that.
Absolutely, and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Yike dodges all the skill shots and survives long enough for G2 to secure 3 kills and a Baron. And this is, though, where you can also say Gen G at the tail end of this. What are you doing?
He just played this so well, though, blocking the Rel engage, sidestepping the Malphite ult, then knocking the Rel out for any potential CC, so there's basically none left, and it's just damage chasing him down, and then continues to find dodges on the spears, the wall, hugging it all the way, buying time for Caps to get in range to then stun multiple members up underneath the turret. And this was the overchase that allowed G2 to grab the Baron.
And I think the whole time that I was watching that sequence, I was thinking, wait, but the sun's going to be up. Throw the Baron, stun them all. And then they just overchase and he can do it.
And they did, right? And it starts off iconically. Doran's Malphite domestically has not necessarily been his best champion.
Okay.
And I didn't catch it the first time we saw that replay, but that started off with him not hitting. And if he hits that ultimate, right, it's a completely different game. And he didn't. And
yeah.
That's kind of the thing you need to do on Malphite.
Generally, though, when you look at the games as they've played out after that, great victory in Game 1 from the side of Gen G, they are making some choices when it comes to draft. They are being very confident in those choices. They are showing things they haven't shown before. And then in game, they also are doing those things. So do you feel we're going to get a big pullback coming into this Game 4?
Yeah, and we're going back to tried and true for Gen G.
Okay.
I think they really went way too far with both their draft and their in-game decisions. You were not very happy with the Rel. I wasn't particularly excited about the Malphite into Cannon. It's not like you're playing into a full AD comp, and I expect them to go back to more tried and true compositions for them.
Yeah, but I think at the same time, you did just give G2 a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence, because after that Game 2, I think everyone was like, all right, when's, fastest time ever? And I think the crowd deserves some credit because they were starting G2 chants even before Game 3 started.
That's true.
It wasn't like they were silent. I saw some memes about the library, and I was like, no. They were still cheering well before the comeback came in.
The G2 army is always there, so I guess they're making a lot of noise, but I saw a lot of Gen G fans as well, so they're going to want their team to clean it up. I want to check in with the bot lane matchup overall because we have the rookie in FaZe up versus Hans. FaZe, who had a Game 2 that was one for the history books, was really, really insane. But overall, when we look through the lens of these 3 games, what do you think?
This is one of those times where averages are kind of BS because the average from Game 2 was like plus 5,000 gold, and it just totally destroys what has actually been a relatively back and forth series between them. The Draven game for Hans was a lot better. This time around it was pretty even, but they were still forcing some flashes 2v2 with the Xayah Rakan lane. So this is not indicative necessarily.
So what do you think? Because, you don't want to rely on the numbers. Tell us what you think. That's what we want to know.
I think
Stop reading stats.
I think Game 4 is going to go back to a little bit more FaZe favor. I do think this matchup was a bit of a flex, like we were kind of talking about, just slamming the Rel there despite giving over one of the strongest bot lanes in the current meta in Xayah Rakan. So I still have a lot of faith in FaZe, but it's not like Mickey and Hans have done a very good job in lane phase as being the most consistent place that's winning on the map for G2, and I really want to see them continue to invest in that.
Yeah, going into Game 3 as well, I talked about I really want to see a better matchup because even in Game 1 we saw something that Gen G is good at domestically as well, is even if bot lane falls behind, they're really good on getting pace back on item parity, right? Because even though he died twice to Draven, he was only like, I think, 1k gold behind because of all the global gold that Gen G was getting. And in this game, he actually didn't get to have an impact because of how well G2 played the mid game. So without those kills in the mid game being picked up, you saw pace jumped in, but didn't have the resources.
Yeah, there's a couple of trends there that we also saw in the LCK generally in the losing games. It's FaZe that is not able to do that well, but generally Gen G is able to stay in the games that they are losing or in a losing state quite well. And I think there goes the credit to G2 where they put the pedal to the metal when they needed it to because they didn't want to let them come back in. I was scared. I was like, this Baron, that's throwable.
I'm chilling. This is an easy 3-2 G2 angle. Chokey showing up on international stages.
Calm down.
Yeah, this
Mark.
is easy. I've seen this plenty of times. This is a
Have
comeback.
Yeah.
When? G2 comebacks.
Yeah.
Trophy, well, when?
Versus Griffin.
Tell me.
Yeah.
Griffin, that was a 3-0. That was 4 years ago. Get out of here.
We're kidding. A couple of team fights we see again from that third game. We got to hang on to what we got. But I do think we're memeing a lot, but the momentum thing is right. That confidence was probably at an all-time low from G2. Gen G is now looking, they're not on the back foot, luckily. They're still on a match point, so they do have enough time to rectify what they need to.
Also going back to blue side, I presume.
Yes.
Just given the fact that we've seen the prevalence of how good power pick can be, the Kennen early, I think was huge for Broken Blade. This game's probably not going to be going to his hands in this next matchup. So there'll have to be a new strategy for G2 on red side.
I don't know, actually. It might leave Cannon up again, but then not counter it with Malphite, which...
That's the other option.
Is that a counter? I don't know. Because I do think, as I mentioned previously, Broken Blade's impact in the team fights meant that Gen G, who sometimes can get like those really clutch moments, was never able to because Paze was either dead or had to back out of a cannon ultimate.
Yeah, you can't do much then. So G2, they take the first step towards a possible reverse sweep, but Gen G back on the blue side are looking to close out the series. We'll be right back with Game 4.
A definite reverse sweep. Where's the confidence?
Go! Yes. You can't really escape. Knocked into the wall. Steadfast Presence goes down. They look to burst in first blood. G2, yike, escapes.
A big kill him or? No, I think so. I'm running though, I'm running. Yeah, nice. Nice. Red here, I'll give it to red here. Look at top, I think. Going. Guys, look top. Yeah. I can get it. Good job. They went so deep, okay? Oh my god, this is so good. Oh my god, you're smart. Let's go.
Getting onto the back line, the cleanse away from Paze, he dashes across the wall, but Broken Blade is looking to lock him down, and Paze is out of the fight. The Magnus Sword perfect for the Featherstorm, equally so, a double for Han Summer, and G2 breathe life into Europe.
Get it!
Hello and welcome back to MSI 2023, where G2 and Gen.G. That's it. You're welcome. G2 and Gen.G.
My casting partner.
I'm sorry, I completely threw you off with that.
G2 and Gen.G are in the middle of a monumental battle on Summoner's Rift. Gen.G took the first 2 games very easily, and then after that, G2 were able to fight back in game 3. Gen.G now, though, back on the blue side.
And the question I had in the break was, what do they do with their bans? Because the Vi, Maokai, Aphelios seem to be like an effective strategy. But now on red side, do you concede the Kennen? Do you have something that can deal with the Kennen? Or do you believe that Gen.G would perhaps prioritize something else? It seems that as we jump into draft, my question is soon to be answered.
So Doran had 0 Kennen games played throughout this split.
He did also have only 2 Fiora games and 0 Tristana games.
Fair. I'm just saying, you know, I think it could be worth the risk, right, to actually just leave that up and continue doing what you already have been. The Rakan going to be banned away, though, so that is an adaptation from Gen.G. They're not willing to first pick it. They don't want to give it away. It was such a point of power for them in that last game, so they're taking away the Maokai.
So they've stuck to the bans.
Yep.
And they will leave the Kennen open. And now they're saying, Gen.G, will you pick the Kennen?
And where does the Draven go? Does Hansama lock it in again? Because they did manage to get a small early lead in that bottom lane, even if Hansama wasn't on the receiving end of it.
The K'Sante will be prioritized once more. Of course, it is a very flexible champion for Gen.G. We already know that, as demonstrated in the last game. Now, this gives G2 a lot of options. Like, do they want to prioritize the Draven here to guarantee themselves a winning bot side of the map? Do they feel that something else is instead more important? Because their expectation was probably that the Kennen would be locked in, and it seems that they are just going to respond and get themselves the Kennen.
I feel like Blind Draven is really, really risky. You know, they could go for it, but I do think there are lanes you can draft into it to actually really neutralize. So I don't expect that from G2. You know, I'm expecting Kennen. I'm expecting potentially the jungle power pick here for Yike.
You know what, they might do Zeri. Just take that away from Paze, remove as many options for him. Instead, they're going to prioritize the Poppy. You expect this to be jungle. Yike says that, you know what, I already had a great game on it. What can you now do, Peter? Even if you go for something like a Wukong, which is something that he played a lot during playoffs, the Poppy still does very well into it.
Yeah, I mean, Gragas it's great against, Poppy, the Wukong it's great against, Nidalee it's great against. If they take away the Zeri, it's great against that. Like, there's so many champions that you're going to be able to deny with. So it is another early game jungler here. This one a bit of a different look. I wonder if they would actually be willing to just slam a Renekton or something along those lines and just play at least Renekton top side and try to really go at Broken Blade here on this Kennen.
It is something that Peanut has played. Like, he's got 5 games on it, 80% win rate across the course of 2023. So he's very comfortable on the champ, and it looks like Gen.G will be going towards their AD carry next. The Jinx locked in, of course. Zeri's still available for G2 if they want it. They could go the Draven as well.
There's no way that it's not a Draven into the Jinx. That is a matchup that Hansama is incredibly confident on. And now we'll be moving into the second phase. So now G2 can really pinch the support pool, which in game 2, when they struggled so much, it was because of how impactful Delight was on the Blitzcrank. I'm curious as to what they will now remove. I imagine Thresh and Tahm Kench are 2 priority picks you want to take away from Delight.
I will say, though, you know, Gen.G could run back a similar last 2 picks, and it's so hard for Draven to deal with that. This is not a Xayah. If you draft Malphite Rel, like even if you deny some of these, okay, so Malphite's gonna get banned out, you've got to recognize that full send on the dive is gonna be so problematic. So I do like that they're banning out the Malphite. If he's willing to play it into the Kennen, playing Malphite into Draven is like S tier. Draven cannot deal with that. Even if he survives the initial ult, you have the massive attack speed slow on him, can really be problematic. So I do think they have to take that away. They could look towards another tank, you know, banning out something like along the lines of the Sion that they did earlier.
Or Gragas.
Yep, Sion or Gragas I think are both good bans. But it does mean there's obviously going to be kind of the pick of the litter for Delight.
Oh, so by planning,
they're going to take Thresh.
the Blitzcrank, they're saying, hey, we want the Thresh. Are you going to ban it away? What are you going to do here? The gauntlet has been thrown. How will Gen.G respond? And the Thresh will now be banned. Okay, so huge credit to G2. I think that they've come in with a very clear game plan as the series has evolved.
Do they go Leona would be really interesting to me, because that's one of the kind of the primary picks.
Problem, right?
It is definitely, but it would mean that you're very much on the back foot, right? Like you can go TK, but if you're playing TK Jinx into Leona Draven, like you're sitting under your tower, right?
Stacks for the Draven as
exactly.
well. Exactly. The Tahm Kench, so it can be very tricky for Gen.G to play that matchup, but would give protection. Draven Soraka.
A European special.
It is a European special. We used to see this as an answer to Lucian Nami in Europe.
And Soraka is such a strong laner. I feel like so many people really underestimate the laning power of it. They think only about the later stages where you're healing it up, but you can go a couple points Q early and really run lanes like this. And I think Soraka is heavily advantaged into a Lulu as far as that support matchup. As long as you're hitting the Qs, the shielding isn't really going to do that much for you.
Soraka also makes a lot of sense in the context of Gen G. Your options are Tahm Kench or Lulu. And in both instances, as you already said, Soraka does very well. So by going for that blind pick, now they can guarantee a counter pick for Caps, and they won't have to play that game of where is the K'Sante going.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really interesting. I do like the draft a lot for G2, you know, even much more than their first game around. It's looking like it's going to be just Tristana top as the answer, and I do think this is smart for a couple reasons. We saw that the matchup worked fine for him in game number 1, but also I really did think it was problematic that they basically had one damage source in that last game that they just lost. So this does give you double marksman. This gives you 2 champions to really punch through that front line, because Poppy is not the easiest champion to get through, and especially with the Soraka behind her, that's going to be even more difficult.
Oh, G2 ran out of that composition. Are we going to get the changed Azir?
I mean, I think Azir could make sense. You know, I think Asol could make a lot of sense.
Okay.
You know, this is a champion that you could potentially stack against. The only problem I will say, K'Sante really does put on some pressure, right? So every time you're actually settling down there with the Q, he can have his Q ready to actually just go in on you and try to deny those early stacks. Yes, you can get some with the breath, but it can be difficult if you're getting pressured every time you drop your E on the minions. Some of these early game melee champions can just jump right in on top of the Asol and really mitigate how many stacks they're getting early.
There's always the flexibility of Tristana mid as well, which seems to be what Gen G are going for here. Doran's going to take the K'Sante up towards the top lane. Chovy will be piloting the Tristana.
Yeah, and that should be locked in now. We will see the Tristana mid. Again, Chovy, no stranger to this champion. We saw it in the LCK finals, something he's very proficient at, and something that he often pairs with those AP junglers. I will say that when you kind of look at the comp in its entirety, Gen G's engage is not the strongest. While they do have some disengage tools with things like the Lulu and the Tristana, an overall pretty squishy comp outside of the K'Sante acting as a front line. Whereas I think that G2 do have a lot of scaling options, in particular with the Kennen and the Aurelion Sol, and they have a very easy lane to play through with this Draven on the bot side of the map. Although it is with the Soraka, I'd be surprised if we see the same level of dives we've been seeing from G2 in the past.
I mean, honestly, both teams have really poor engage. So this is one of those games where generally if one team gets ahead, there's not a lot of ways to kind of come back into it. So I do think early game can be very, very important in this one. We'll have to see how Caps can actually navigate this lane, because this one is very difficult. You drop the E on the minions, he just rocket jumps on your head and starts shaking those trades. Of course, later on in the game, you can just get to that point where, yeah, you can win out on the trades with just the E, but that is not the case for the first lot of levels here.
We're jumping into game 4. After the first 2 games, it very much felt like that the series was done and dusted. G2 were able to crawl back in game 3 after what was, quite frankly, a couple of mistakes from Gen G. They're going to reassess, reevaluate, they showcase their respect towards G2, and we'll see how things pan out here in game 4. Bit of fun fact trivia for Caps. When he initially debuted in the Challenger Series, Aurelion Sol, the old version, he secured a pentakill on it and is really what drew a lot of attention to many fans of the player before joining the LEC. So it's great to see him back, one of the original champions that he made a name for himself on.
Absolutely. I'm still waiting for who he's Aurelion Sol support. I'm sure it's going to be coming out.
In the finals.
Yeah. Yeah, XVR.
Looking forward to that one. No Demolish, importantly for the Tristana in the mid lane. Often we do see that to try and continue to take the plates in the early game, but we have also seen Tristana just get the push and then start roaming around the map, looking for those top dives. Broken Blade can be a little bit squishy on the Kennen. G2 will invade here. Peanut was sitting at his Razor Beaks. There is a ward, no sweepers for G2, but Peanut kind of just has to give up the pressure. Might look to try and steal away one of these. He steps forward into the face of Yike. Smite goes down, and Yike secures the Razor Beaks to kick off the game.
Yeah,
Yike himself level 2 as well.
Yike's going to get the entire camp. Peanut got absolutely nothing there, so that is definitely problematic. But there is a cost to this. Look at how far away Hans was because they actually went for this invade, so it was a hard push on bot side. Yike is going to spot him out again.
The problem is Paze can move. Paze and Delight just push the wave immediately, and they're going to try and move across here. You can see Delight.
He's gone, though. He's fine.
Gets out. In the end, Peanut just delayed by a little bit. Yike will be the same. He can E to one of these minions. Does exactly that. And even though Chovy was able to get the push in the mid lane, Yike can work his way up towards the top side.
I'm also going to quickly check bot lane. So the good news for Paze and Delight is that while Hans Sama did lose some experience after sacrificing some wave farm to the tower, that's not going to be the same case for Paze. He won't be able to get that gold, but in terms of experience, the bot lane of Gen G should still have the advantage.
Yep, about to hit level 2 here on this next minion, so G2 gonna have to back it up. you know, didn't get the XP on all of those melees as some of them did die to the tower. So are going to be able to use this for a little bit of pressure now.
And the unfortunate reality is G2's bot wave is not in a great position. Mickey trading very aggressively at level 1 here.
Ooh, aggressively.
There's the zap, there's the heal, but Mickey's ignited, has to flash away. Stepped way too far forward. Maybe thought that Hansan was going to kill a minion so he'd get 2 and then he could keep stepping forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just kind of like a little bit out of whack with where the state of the lane is because they miss those minions. It can really kind of throw you off sometimes. You know, he did hit that Q on Delight, and he just wanted to chase for the trade. If they were equal levels, that would have been fine, but the spells are going to come back up for Lulu, and he turns around on you, and that can be really problematic.
All the summoner spells now gone for Mickey, and it means that a small advantage already gained for the Gen G bot lane in exchange for Yike finding an early advantage in the jungle matchup. But that's not really going to translate into a huge amount in terms of the isolated jungle matchup.
Yeah.
Level 3 secured for Yike, same for Peanut. We'll be a little bit behind in XP, but nothing too dramatic.
But I will say, you know, if you can actually just track this Elise on the Poppy, it's so important for these kind of matchups. When you are playing a champion like Poppy, your job is just to mitigate what the Elise wants to do. So as long as you're just following around, if you both don't farm at all, that's great. Like, you are going to have value later on in the game. He is not. He's got to get things done. So Yike is just going to stay around here harassing. You can see that trade is rough for Caps, but you know, giving back pretty well on that trade is going to be at least able to get some stacks.
And with Broken Blade having the push to the top side, Yike will have some support. Peanut tries to put some damage down, but Yike now has Smite and will secure the Scuttle Crab. Peanut works his way towards the mid lane. Singularity down from Caps to try and clear out some of this wave.
Caps is quite low on mana and health, but does still have 2 biscuits in his inventory. And also has the TP, so he shouldn't be in too much danger. Chovy can push confidently knowing that his support jungle are in the bot side river, ready to cover him. He's not going to be too concerned about the Soraka, who's still only level 2. Mickey trying to get a bit of XP back in mid.
Well, and importantly, Caps has actually just pretty much stayed even on farm. There's extra minions for him to farm as long as he can keep this up. You really heavily outscale that Tristana. You know, the early levels are often the most difficult times in dealing with the low mana pool that Asol does have. So we'll see, you know, when Caps wants to base, he has the TP, what sort of early buy he's going to be able to get.
I was really worried for G2 there as Peanut, Delight, and Pays, along with Chovy, all had prior, which made it very easy to contest this bot side of the jungle. Yike was in a bit of danger, but Handsummer willing to sacrifice a bit of farm and say, you know what, I'll move up and actually go for this fight. Means that Gen G will back away and no camps will be stolen. Yike still should be clear to clear out this bot side of the map. Gen G, though, considering in game 1 when they played against the Draven, they were getting tower dived at level 2, I think that they're pretty happy with the state of bot lane right now.
But Peanut's moving across once again. Has the vision in there. Broken Blade looking for the trade onto Doran. Does have that Q3. Peanut's going to try and step forward towards this blue buff. The smite down. Yike steals it away. Peanut about 4 health too early.
Yike has been getting every one of those. He got the Scuttle, he got the Raptor, he gets the blue buff. So Peanut has really been neutralized in this early game. I love the level 1 plan. They go for that invade. Chovy trying to get aggressive, but I mean, let's be honest, it's double Cull stacking up here on the other side.
He's got the Falling Star as well, that ultimate available to Caps. Doesn't have the upgraded version. Of course, you need 75 stacks to get that.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy just honestly not having the greatest time in this lane thus far. You know, the farm's slightly in his favor, but there's more to pick up for Caps, and I just think you get outscaled so bad. Like, these matchups can really become rough later on against this Asol. The team fighting can be difficult as well, and he's going to be forced to flash here. Has the Buster Shot as well.
Back, and there's the jump. Invests everything to get out, does so well. Had to flash the initial ultimate from the Aurelion Sol, because of course that stuns you if it hits.
But he's got no TP now, and he's in this kind of awkward spot where he didn't go for a super aggressive like setup. He didn't go for Hail of Blades. You know, he went for a Cull as his first base, and he's going to be not really getting much done.
And to breathe some hope into the European fans, like, this is a very promising early game state as a collapse comes through for Gen G.
Try and get away, but Doran dashes forward. Explosive shot, will it be enough? Caps is ticking, but so's Doran. He gets away from the towers, aggro and Caps.
So if his E came back up, he could probably get an execute kill there. Critical first blood grabbed by Gen G. They knew Caps was getting in way too comfortable of a spot. If you let Asol really get into the groove where he's getting these early levels, he's getting the early mana items and not being pressured, it becomes unassailable. His wave clear goes infinite once you start hitting, you know, level 8, 9, and it's tough to push on this guy.
Yeah, overall, just a great roam. Doran finding that window. Caps using the E early meant that he didn't have it later. If he'd had it up, then he could have been using that while also applying the Q, and that could have potentially gotten the kill onto Doran. But Doran very aware that, hey, this tower isn't going to... And Caps, he would have to stop himself as now G2 look for a play in bot.
Early flash from Delight, but Yike is here, waiting around the corner. Pays slow for the second. Steadfast Presence knocks back Delight, and there's nowhere for the Lulu to go. Hansama gifted the kill, and that is huge for the G2 bot lane.
That is a lot of gold picked up for Hansama. I believe it was something like 473 was the payout. And this Draven already starting to get ahead.
I mean, Hans has more gold in pocket than Pays has total right now. So almost 3,000 gold in pocket here for the Draven, who has never actually gone back to base yet. That is going to be a monstrous first buy. G2 looking really good in this game.
Of course, Gen.G have shown us throughout the course of MSI, throughout the course of the LCK, that they are very good at playing from positions like this, even when they do lose out the early game or start to fall a little bit behind. Their mid-game team fighting is sublime.
I mean, the game is far from over, but I so heavily favor G2's position. You know, I think you heavily outscale in jungle, you heavily outscale in mid. Top lane, you know, it's more down to execution. Bot lane, yeah, there's a scaling advantage on the Lulu Draven side or Lulu Jinx side over this Draven, but Draven is so far ahead, has an early BT, that you almost don't really care. G2 have everything they need, I feel like, to try to snowball this game, and it's just going to be up to if they can really make it happen.
Now, I am a little surprised that G2 didn't bring the Draven down to the Herald. With the Bloodthirst already completed, you would think this is the perfect opportunity to try and force a fight, but perhaps they're concerned around the strength of the Aurelion Sol and the Kennen at this point in the game and saying, you know what, we'll concede this early objective, we'll instead cross-map for the Dragon. We know that we have the push in bot side, and we should be able to secure this largely uncontested. This does, of course, give a window, though, for Gen.G to funnel some gold back into Pays, or maybe even unlock the mid tower for Chovy.
Delight has no sums. Pays has the flash and uses it to dash away from Yike as he came for the gank. The bot lane minions should help take that plate. It falls, Hansama gets the gold, and in the end, that's Pays summonerless, at least in terms of flashes, for the next couple of moments. Caps backs away here. Peanut waiting in the wings. Caps just eats the entire explosive shot and then stays underneath his turret.
The risk of making that play is Peanut has been able to move from the Herald to this bot river, and he is undetected right now. Yike is suspicious, though.
Steadfast Presence with movement speed and should be able to get away. Peanut could flash Cocoon, but decides not to on this occasion.
Yeah, has the early tier 2 boots, has that Steadfast Presence, could be able to get out of there no problem. And we're seeing, you know, even in these early stages, Caps is almost to the point where Chovy jumps in with the explosive shot on him, he just stands and presses Q, and you're kind of out damaging him. And when you hit that point, there's not really much you can do besides just kind of AFK push and then leave the lane, which is really a comfortable spot for Asol. So they're going to use this Herald, try to drop it mid, get some plate gold there on Chovy, and hopefully for them, be able to eventually take away this bastion of safety. But, you know, once you hit 9, there's no cooldown on the Q. It's really difficult to just full push and actually pressure Asol under the tower.
Do you know how I was going to say, Azael, coming into this game, armor boots have a lot of value when playing against double AD carry and only in Elise, but I see like the Ionian boots, 2 of them already picked up. I wonder if I'll actually see any armor boots come through from G2. Broken Blade, I thought he'd look for a bit of a trade there, but instead prioritizing clearing the wave. Does have a healthy CS advantage for the time being, but top lane is largely an island, as G2 will now begin the drag.
11 minutes in, gold basically even between these two teams, you know, 300-400, going kind of seesawing. But the first dragon secured as Doran dodges the shuriken in the bush. You can see
Broken Blade doesn't know he's there.
Peanut's on his way up. Doran look with the knockback. There's the all-out as well. Broken Blade pops the slicing maelstrom. Does still have the flash, but how are you going to escape from the Elise? Peanut still looking for him. Doran dashes forward, and in the end, Broken Blade holds his summoner.
Yeah, nice little bait there from Doran. Sidesteps the shuriken. That was Broken Blade trying to check, okay, did he finish the recall? He thinks he did. He thinks he went back to base. So he uses the E, and as soon as you use that lightning rush on the minions, that's the go button. There's no way you're going to get out. So smart that he at least held on to the flash, because that is critical if G2 want to continue playing around these dragons and looking for fights.
And Delight and Pays, great awareness from them. Knew that the cross map was coming. Don't fall prey to any gank from Yike, which means that they will be able to get away to safety, secure that entire wave as well. The good news for Broken Blade is he does have the TP, but a plate will be secured for Doran. As you rightly mentioned, unaware, sidesteps the Q there, as highlighted by our observers, which means that Broken Blade has some information, uses the E to try and clear the wave. Peanut shows up from the river, and Broken Blade doesn't bother committing the flash because he realizes, you know what, there's no point. I'm going to lose my life anyway. I'll do what damage I can. Hands the kill over to the jungler instead.
Yep, uses the ult, clears out the wave. That means there's not going to be any plates off the back of that, so I do think it's worth expending the ult in that situation. Obviously also a much shorter cooldown than that of the flash. So we'll see. G2, you know, in a really good spot. They are down slightly in gold, but in such a good position here already. will Caps just go for like a Rylai's rush? I'm going to be interested, with that Giants belt.
It does look like it.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Rylai's these days, on ASOL, although the champion has become less popular. It is such a strong one-item spike. If you just go for this tier straight into Rylai's, you have way more early game power compared to if you're going tier Roa, Archangels, full scaling. So it's a little bit of a middle ground. Yes, your scaling isn't going to be quite as strong as if you do go for all those options. But this is going to allow him to fight on one item really effectively, actually.
Yep. Now look at all this vision invested topside from Gen G. Broken Blade really doesn't see anything, but it looks like they're not going to commit to the play. Oh no, hang on a second. Peanut is still hovering around the top side of the map. There is a wave stacking up, and Yike will be spotted, and this should be the dive from Gen G.
So Broken Blade has the Hextech rocket belt. He dashes in, the slicing mouse coming out as well as Doran tanking the turret. Peanut takes half his health. Meanwhile, Yike trying to catch up Chovy as he rotated up towards the top side. The dash back with the all out as Broken Blade now underneath the tower, knocked back with the Entopia strikes, but Doran's tanking it once again, and Broken Blade will get the 1v2. Now Peanut locked up by G2. Yike coming in, Caps here to join the party as well, and that Spider can skittle no further. Stumped under the boot of Caps.
Massive kills for G2 on the top side, and Gen G, I hate to say it, but they're falling apart a little bit in this one. Such an overforce on that dive onto Broken Blade. Chovy getting pushed out of mid at the exact same time. Bot is all G2 as they have the infinite push here with this Bloodthirster Draven. There's nothing Pays and Delight can do to combat this except just try to farm under their tower. So G2 now are going to be in such a great spot, having pressure in multiple lanes across the map.
Props to Broken Blade. Question marks surrounded his performance coming into this tournament, and holding on to that flash proved dividends in this exchange. It looked like the Gen G were able to convert that into a kill topside, maybe start funneling more plates into Doran, but because he had that flash, he was able to create space, and then Doran, as you said, Azael, overcommits to the dive. Now Gen G, while when you look at the gold, it's not that bad, right? Because the Gen G have been fantastic at securing these early plates, and overall they keep the overall game state in a fairly neutral position, but it feels like the momentum, and as you rightly said, the comps are very quickly swinging in the favor of G2.
This is not, Gen G's comp is not as extreme as what G2 drafted in game one as far as like early game, because they do have that bot lane. But I really do feel like Tristana mid is much more early game than a lot of people do think. Yeah, Tristana can scale, but it is very difficult to play double marksman comps with Tristana is not ahead and actually snowballing the game. ASOL is going to make your job a living nightmare. When you're comparing the Poppy to the Elise, being down 400 gold, Poppy's laughing at that point. I think Jinx is going to have a really difficult time team fighting as well. When you're walking into this later on, if you have the upgraded ASOL, every fight you just point and click that guy, and he has to run. Like, he can't really stay there and actually compete.
Caps has the upgraded ultimate here, trying to get away from Chovy. Mickey there with a bit of healing as Yike does the Rift Herald. Caps can get back to mid here. Delight trying to team up with his mid laner as the all-out comes out from Doran, but Broken Blade with a slicing mouse can try and turn it back around. Doran very tanky right now, but Yike waiting in the wings. The Entofu not enough. Yike flash, smite, slap as he takes out the Gen G top laner.
And once again, Doran is punished. He loses his life as he tries to get an all-in onto Broken Blade, but he's able to buy enough time. I believe the ultimate even came out from Mickey to offer assistance, but look at the rockets!
Oh.
Will sidestep that one, and Broken Blade walks away the victor once more.
Yeah, I think he would have lived either way, but definitely don't want to risk that one. But I gotta say, Yike is kind of running Peanut this game. He has been having a really good performance on the Poppy. Back-to-back games, Peanut going for the early game junglers. Last game on the Nidalee, he had a massive early game advantage, could not convert. This time, really has no advantage on the Elise whatsoever. They're going to be able to even it out as far as the Drakes do go, and we'll see what the next is going to be spawning. So it is Cloud Soul, which can be quite powerful.
Peanut does have flash here, already slow with the Rylai's. Yike looking for a little bit more. Peanut goes up, comes down, flashes the wall, the Singularity, and the skies begin to descend, but Peanut with Whirling Death, the wild growth enough to keep him alive. Doran now trading back onto Yike as Yike continues to step forward here. I think perhaps he needs to start to back away. The Rylai show helping out, but in the end, Peanut, with the support of his team, is able to get out.
So Gen G hold on to the gold lead for now. Admittedly, a lot of this is sitting on Chovy, securing all those plates in mid, securing that tower. But when you look at bot, jungle, top, advantages in favor of G2. And as you rightly said, Peanut on this Elise has largely been silenced. When you think of Elise, it's a champion that's super proactive on the map, looking to threaten dives, constantly being proactive in the early game. But when you talk about drafts, Azael, how do you play around this bot side? How do you dive with the Jinx Lulu? Do you really dive with the Tristana onto an Aurelion Sol as well?
Yeah.
The only lane he could really play through is top, and in their second gank attempt, it ends up going short. So this early game is just right now in control of G2, even though it is Gen G with the gold lead.
Well, and that's why I thought that the level 1 plan from G2 was actually so intelligent, right? You know, getting this level 1 invade, I think Caps...
He's going under the tower. Caps just locked up, but the Witch comes out. Caps flashes away, Doran flashes forward, and in the end, a 1-for-1 on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, this Soraka ulti making a big difference there, buying the time for him to be able to trade back that kill, and I say that's a G2 favorite as well. You'll take a kill on the Aesol for a kill on the K'Sante pretty much any time. G2 now trying to clear vision up here around that top side, looking to potentially fight around that Herald, but it may be too late. We'll see if Gen G want to force it, or if it's going to just despawn.
I mean, both Caps and Doran do have the TP. They'll be up in 12 and 13 seconds respectively.
As you rightly said, Medic, but I think that G2 are going to concede this, and I think in the same way that Gen G were willing to concede early Dragons in game 1, G2 is saying, you know what, Aurelion Sol isn't strong enough to fight yet. Kennen, while getting there, is... now has completed his second item. So after the Herald has been secured, I imagine that G2 is going to feel a lot more comfortable, but this is just an example of Doran showing his strength in the side lane. The K'Sante, why it's such a strong pick. There's very little that a mage can do. You talked about the Soraka heal. Bide enough time for Caps to flash away at the last second, which means that Doran had to commit his flash to get the kill. If he hadn't committed the flash, there's a chance that the Rylai slow would have actually been enough to lock him underneath the tower, and Caps secures a trade back kill.
And of course, getting the flash out of K'Sante like that protects Hansama in the next fight you have, because you know he can't just flash all out Hansama across the wall. Instead, he has to walk through the Rylai's, the zone control from the Aurelion Sol.
Absolutely, and Gen G have got to be certain when they take the next fight that it's a winning one, because if you take a fight and give 400 stacks cash in there to the Draven, he is going to be absolutely out of control, and the Jinx will have such a difficult time coming back from that to have that effectiveness in the game. So Gen G have got to make sure when they go for Hans, they do not miss.
Chovy, though, is strong. 2 items fully completed. He is by far and away the leading gold earner for Gen G, and he needs to be the primary carry. Sitting in the side lane right now, of course, has the TP. Looking to push in another wave. Dragon spawns at around 1:40. Baron is now on the cards. I don't expect either team to rush an early Baron. But in terms of river control, once again, heavily in favor of Gen G.
Yep, absolutely. And while Chovy is very strong, Hans goes back to base. He hasn't matched in itemization. He's not going for the Gale Force, which honestly, I didn't feel like it really did anything in that previous game. You know, he is going for more standard. It is going to be the Kraken Slayer, BT. And he's going to be doing a lot of damage, and it will help him to punch through even people like Doran, who is going to be very, very tanky on that K'Sante.
For the moment, 20 minutes in, about 1,000 gold between the two teams, a Dragon apiece as well. And we can look at compositions to say G2 favor, but we've seen Gen G in this sort of position be able to close out a game. Their team fighting is impeccable, and it seems like G2 want to perhaps look for one of those team fights. They're setting up vision around the top side right now, Dragon up in 47 seconds.
I mean, just huge props as well to G2 after what was a stomp in game 1 and game 2, 20 minutes in game 4, pretty much dead even with their opposition.
Yep.
They've found their confidence and momentum throughout this series. And this game could swing either way. You talked about comps, as you said, you still have to show that respect though to Gen G. Chovy and Paze have not been shut down. They're still in a very comfortable spot. Their farm is very good. Their itemization is coming along very nicely. And Gen G still have a very clear win condition, even if Peanut is going to struggle to have an impact the later this game goes.
Absolutely. I mean, by no means is the game over, but 10 out of 10 times, I'd rather be playing this red side draft at this point in the game. If you could just sit down with what they have earned here. We'll see if Chovy can really make things happen. If Tristana gets that perfect fight, you can find the resets. You can really take over. But I do think it's going to be so difficult for Paze. You just drop the Aesol upgraded ultimate on Paze every single fight. He's got to pretty much retreat straight up. And you can have Broken Blade looking for the flanks. You have the ulti from Hans as well that can come across on that. So there's actually a lot of backline access there that can be really tough for him to deal with.
Seems like G2 want to just keep scaling. They've given up any prio around this Dragon. The Rift Herald was used as well. Doran TPs into the mid lane. That tier 1 has already fallen, so this is a Rift Herald push for the tier 2. Doran dashing forward as well with the Pathmaker. They really want to make sure that this charge comes in.
Well, and you can see there was no vision for G2 on that bottom side. and they have got to take a really good fight, because while it is
they're going to look. Comes up, they look for Paze to cleanse away. The Falling Star comes out as well, and Paze is stunned, but he's able to escape. The Whirling Death finds its mark, and now Chovy has the dash. Broken Blade flashes forward with the slicing Maelstrom. Doran trying to do what he can as well with the all-out. Broken Blade is low. Hans Summer trying to open up on Peanut down towards the bottom side of the fight, but the Utopia strikes on Caps will lock him up, and Chovy continues to dish out the DPS. G2, a man down right now, push forward, but they can't find anything more.
What looked like a good fight initially for G2 ends in disaster as they heavily overcommit to the play. Chovy does a great job of creating space between him and G2 as Broken Blade invested so much to try and lock him down that G2 then ended up splitting apart. The idea was very promising. The initial execution was good, but Gen G walk away the victors.
Yeah, they do get those extra kills, but as far as gold goes, that was a 1K cash-in, I want to say. So the gold is going to be pretty much even from that, and you get so much on the Draven. He's sitting on nearly 3,200 gold. So Hansam is on 3 items.
Yeah, Hansam is 2K ahead of Paze now, just because of that shutdown. Before that fight, they were basically even. I think it was about 300 gold between them. But Chovy is 2K ahead of Caps as well.
Yep. But, you know, we can see the 2 items are done, and Yike, a really nice initial play here. Rejects 2, flashes in, gets the stun onto Pace immediately as that is off screen. We can see the cleanse comes down, the Gale Force is having to be used to just try to retreat, but then the ultimate from Hans coming across. This is that backline access that I'm talking about. You don't need to auto-attack this guy, especially when you have that many stacks on the Draven. It allows you to execute from such high health.
And this is the point at which the overcommitment comes through from G2. A good exhaust onto Hans Summer as well, as Broken Blade commits the flash, commits the ultimate. A really good ulti as well came out from Chovy to just create that space between Broken Blade and the immediate man behind him.
So done.
Credit to Gen G. They show how lethal they can still be in these fights. The gold's still very close, but as you rightly said, Infinity Edge completed. You look at the total gold. Hans Summer leads Chovy right behind Paze and Broken Blade. Caps a little bit behind in terms of the overall gold. He has now completed his 2nd item and he continues to ramp up, but it's been a difficult game for him sitting in the side lane as there is a constant threat on this Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, it's difficult playing side lanes. You know, as soon as you lose your mid lane turret, the game does get harder a bit on the A-Sol, but he has 222 stacks at 24 minutes, so he's laughing. Like, if you can get about 10 a minute, you are feeling really, really good. The ulti is going to get so big, the E is going to get so big, and we can see exactly what the execute threshold is right now on the E. And it is up to just about 11% max health. So, you know, is really getting powerful at this point. And Gen G are spending a lot of time playing around this Baron area. It feels like they want to try to threaten. They don't want Caps to just kind of have free time in this side lane to be able to continue stacking it up. So Chovy's trying to put on pressure, trying to use the fact that he has this BT to take a trade, even if it's disadvantageous, heal up to full. Caps doesn't have that same luxury, and just keep that push going 24/7.
Chovy does have the TP as well, so if he can chunk out Caps and then TP into a play, Caps will have the base first before he can come in with equal effective help.
This bot side of the map just completely belongs to Chovy right now, stealing away whatever camps he can find. Good vision invested on the top side, Baron River for Gen G. Broken Blade has found Doran though. Can they convert this into a pick?
There's still a turret remaining there. Doran is chased away a little bit, but he's got Jackshow, he's got Sunfire, he's got an Aegis. I think he's pretty happy to take a few slaps in the back from Broken Blade.
But, you know, they push it back, and they are able to push up this tower here. They were potentially going to look to threaten it, but Gen G is moving over in the river, so G2 just going to take this opportunity to try to clear out vision. They don't see Chovy on the map right now. If Chovy shows bot, potentially G2 can look for a more aggressive play up on top side to try to force the TP response or something along those lines. And they're just going to start the Baron, so they at least want to get the TP out. They are going to get the immediate TP from Chovy.
It's already down to 7,000 HP. Look at Broken Blade. He's coming round, trying to get behind Gen G. Yike in the pit, 4,000 on it. Broken Blade gets stunned into the wall, all out. Pulls him across as well. The Caps is so low. Broken Blade pulls the slice of mass and the Wisp coming out as well. Broken Blade trying to fight Stolen down towards the bottom side, but the knockback onto Peanut actually delivers him to Broken Blade. The Super Mega Death Rocket finds its mark. And now Mickey and Caps have to try and escape with the flash into the wall by Caps. He still gets the shutdown. The skies descend, and Peanut, Paze, and Delight try to do what they can. They get to the blast cone. Chovy opens up that shield. So big, Paze takes another, starts to get excited, and Gen G start to get excited too. A shutdown in the top lane. Only Caps and Yike are left standing, and Gen G are having none of that.
It's an ace for Gen G and a Baron to boot. It's a team that you cannot afford to underestimate, and they sniffed out the flank from Broken Blade. After shutting it down, they tore G2 apart, and all of a sudden, Gen.G are in full control of Game 4.
What a team fight from Gen.G. G2 was in such a good spot, had really good angles set up, but not only does Broken Blade get actually marked on that flank, the entrance to the fight from Caps was so problematic. You know, he used that fly, but he was actually too close to Chovy, so Chovy was hitting him, and he was in range of the Baron as well. So Caps lost about 80% of his health on the entrance to that fight. You know, it was supposed to be 2 members from G2 coming from opposite sides, Broken Blade going in, the ulti from Asol dropped at the same time, and Hans then following up and cleaning up. But when that entrance to the fight goes so wrong, everything got very, very difficult. And look at the top of your screen. Look at Chovy hitting Caps there. 80–90% of his health lost. The Wish has to be expended immediately. And then the ulti there, sure, it knocks Peanut away, but it's Broken Blade who's actually sectioned out.
It's the heal also comes through from Mickey to try and get Broken Blade to safety. They really didn't want him to expend his flash. And then Caps also failing his flash, but I think he would have died even earlier if he'd committed it. And then Chovy again sees the low health Mickey, is able to get that execute, and after getting that initial kill, it's just a cleanup for Gen.G. A very well played fight from the LCK first seed. And now with the Baron, they're sieging, and they're looking to round this series out.
I mean, it's just such a massive swing there because Pace had been so far behind. He gets kills, he gets the Baron gold. He completed his IE off of that, and the Navori quick blades are completed for Chovy as well. So now both the marksmen spiking heavily here for Gen.G. They were in a dire spot, but they execute really, really well. It is going to be the TP flank coming here from Broken Blade. Is it the Hail Mary?
Hayes has the flash, slicing Maelstrom coming out. Hayes able to escape for the moment, but Delight's already down. Hayes can open up onto Broken Blade as they turn the fight around. The Wish coming out. Dorvan low, the Singularity's being used. Yike keeps Dorvan in the midst of it. Chovy absolutely destroys G2. They step too far forward, and Chovy stomped them into the ground.
The idea was good from G2, but Gen.G are just better. Pays walks away with a triple kill, Chovy with the immaculate flank, and Gen.G are looking to solidify themselves as the victors in this series.
And looking to make a date with Destiny, perhaps a rematch versus T1 in the second phase. Gen.G, there was moments of doubt in the middle, but they defied and they claim the victory.
A just very well played fight from Gen.G around that Baron. It was so close, and we talked so much about how Chovy needed to be the man that stepped up, but really it was the team recognizing in that window what G2 were trying to do with the cannon flank. They immediately shut it down. The initial damage that Chovy was able to do onto Caps, and it really did feel like that throughout the early game, Caps didn't get to have the impact of this Aurelion Sol that he wanted to.
I mean, it's a strong opening series here from Gen.G. Games 1 and 2, absolute dominance. You know, Game 3 showing some holes. Game 4, very competitive. You know, G2 definitely ramped into this series, and I think, yes, they will be disappointed that they did lose, but they're still going to be in the lower bracket. They are still going to have that potential to make that run. A lot of learnings to take away from this, and some confidence, I think, to be taken away from this as well, that, hey, we can go toe-to-toe. We can take games like Game 3, and we can get ourselves into a winning position, I believe, that they had in Game 4.
Obviously, for Gen.G, it's kind of expected that they were going to win this series, and the way they won Game 1 and Game 2 was really a statement coming here to London. We'll see if they can continue that form. Expectations are they will have a rematch of the LCK finals in the upper bracket. T1 have to play Mad tomorrow. Of course, maybe we'll see an upset, but I think it's likely the LCK finals will be replayed.
Well, I'm at the very least glad that G2 were able to showcase something in the latter half of this series. I was very concerned that it was going to be a 3-0 stomp and that G2 would walk away, well, feeling dejected, showing not really the true capabilities of what they could do. But I think that my biggest concern coming into this series was the mid lane matchup, and I really think that the mid lane matchup delivered as I expected, with Chovy just really having an incredible performance. Outside of that Game 3, he was incredibly consistent. Pays and Delight dominating in Game 2 is definitely not what I expected to happen, but it was a pleasure to see them perform at the level that they did. And not once, but twice did they shut down Hans Sama's legendary Draven that domestically was a terror they were able to handle very clean.
Absolutely. I mean, Chovy is just such a beast in the lane, but he really has leveled up his game, you know, over this year and over the last couple of years, really, where he is putting more time into actually trying to affect side lanes, trying to be more active, not just playing for the farm, but playing for the team as well. And in all 4 games in mid lane, he always had the push. Even in game 3, yes, there were things that went wrong. He did make mistakes, but he was able to put that pressure on Caps. And it's so difficult, I think, for G2 to play when they don't have Caps moving out on the map, right? And there's just no one that is going to challenge you in the same way that Chovy is in lane, when you're playing against the competition in the LEC. And the same thing goes for those, in the LCS. It's difficult when you're a roaming-based team if you never get to roam.
It's difficult as well because Caps is generally just struggling in the laning phase. And you saw it in the LEC. He wasn't the dominant force that he has been for so many years. And in this game and in this series, I think we saw that he just doesn't have the same impact right now that he has been known for across the course of his career. Chovy, however, continues to step up on the grandest stage here at MSI. We are just waiting for an interview with Peanut, who of course has been on a stage like this so many times before.
I've got to say though, if there's one real kind of standout star for me from this series for G2, it's Yike. Yeah, and I think that is so promising that you have this young player that's coming up and really playing with a lot of class. He was very good in the Poppy games, was able to create a big advantage in the Italy game, even though that one started looking pretty hopeless. He was solid in the Viego game. But his Poppy play, I think, was really, really strong, and G2 definitely have something to build upon here. But we all knew it was going to be a really tough match, and I think G2 made it closer than pretty much anyone was expecting.
For sure. I mean, first seed LCK, 4th seed Europe.
Yep. When BDS and when BDS and Vitality,
exactly. If BDS was here, it would have been a 3-0.
Of course, yeah. A lot of positives still to take away for G2, but they will be making that run through the lower bracket. We will get to see the other EMEA representative tomorrow in Mad Lions, as you rightly said.
And the other LCK representative.
T1, yeah, and that's going to be another challenging battle for the EMEA
best
side.
for later.
Yeah.
I'm psyched for C9 BLG.
Yeah,
honestly, I think it's the closest series of the first round. We'll see.
Huge shout out to the crowd as well. It was London has been popping off so far this week. They were very energetic today, even though they had to watch their region struggling a little bit.
Slightly more energetic in game 3 than the other games.
Game 2,
Yeah, it was a little bit of a library at times, but we've all got our library cards, so we're allowed to be.
But yeah, as a reminder, in terms of the format, we have way more best of 5s than we used to have. We've just come from the play-in stage where a bunch of teams had to qualify, which was G2, Golden Guardians, and BLG. And now we'll have, we had today G2 versus Gen G. Tomorrow we have T1 versus MAD. The day after we have BLG C9. And then to round things out, in the initial best of 5s, it will be Golden Guardians.
13 more best of 5s to go.
I cannot wait. We're going to hear from Peanut, who's on stage with Law for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Peanut, congratulations on this amazing debut for Gen G here at MSI. I want to ask about the draw because all the fans were disappointed, let's say, in the way the draw went. What did you think about having to face G2 in the first game, and how did you guys react as a team?
네, 피넛 선수 첫 번째 경기에서 승리한 거 정말 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 이제 대진 추첨이 끝났을 때 젠지 선수들의 반응이 어땠는지 궁금합니다. 사실은 많은 팬분들은 조금 대진의 결과에 대해서 아쉬워하기도 했는데요. 첫 매치에서 G2를 만나게 된 점에 대해서 어떤 좀 예감이 들었나요?
G2를 만날 것 같았어요. 왠지 제가 미리 영상도 찍으면서 했었는데 저희가 반응에서도 미리 나왔듯이 제가 G2 만날 거다 했고 뭔가 G2가 제일 까다롭다라고 생각하고 있었는데 만나게 돼서 뭔가 좀 얼어라 약간 이런 느낌이었고 근데 다만 G2가 뭐 누틸러스 같은 픽이나 이런 거를 미리 경기에서 데이터가 있었기 때문에 좀 더 상대하기 수월했던 것 같아요.
Well, we actually did a content about it, and you could see, actually, I had this feeling we're going to meet G2 early on, and then it actually happened, so I was like, whoopsie, it happened, because we thought G2 would be the most tricky team to deal with, because, they have a lot of unexpected strategies, but still, we had some information about their strategy because of what we saw earlier, like Nautilus mid, so, we just wanted to do our best in the upcoming match.
That's a very nice scouting on the side of Gen G here. I want to talk about the newest members from this G2 lineup, Yike especially in the jungle, one of the rookies we have at MSI this year. What did you think about his performance and how was it facing him as a jungler today?
네, 그러면 G2 라인업에 있는 가장 신인 선수죠. 정글러 야이크 선수에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하셨는지 국제 무대에서 어떤 활약을 보여준 것 같으신지 궁금합니다.
뽀삐를 하기를 좀 놀라긴 했는데 잘하는 선수라고 생각하고 아직 경력이 그렇게 많지 않다 보니까 더 잘할 선수라고 생각하고 있고요. 그래도 오늘 뭔가 오랜만에 G2를 만났는데 양코스 선수가 없어가지고 좀 아쉽더라고요. 네.
Well, I mean, I was a little bit surprised that he actually locked in Poppy, but I always thought he's a great player. I think because he's so young, he's going to become even greater in the future. But it's been a while since I played into G2, and it was a bummer that I was not seeing Jankos in screen.
New generation, new players here, of course, but also on the side of Gen.G, FaZe taking in instead of Ruler this year. I know that you're the big brother in this Gen.G lineup. Any piece of advice that you could give him for him to make his best debut on the international stage?
네, 또 젠지 쪽에는 또 다른 신인 선수가 있죠. 바로 페이즈 선수가 룰러 선수의 자리를 이제 채우고 있는데 이런 신인 선수가 국제 무대 데뷔를 잘 치를 수 있도록 팀의 리더로서 또 어떤 식으로 조언을 주고 계신가요?
수환이도 이제 어느 타이밍에 긴장이 되고 어느 타이밍에 이제 긴장이 풀리는지 정도는 알고 있을 것 같고 오늘 경기만 봤듯이 수환이 긴장 안 하는 것 같더라고요. 그래서 원체 안 하는 선수라 걱정 안 되는 것 같습니다, 이제는.
So at this point, I think FaZe does know exactly when he feels nervous and when he starts to feel a lot more comfortable. And as you guys already saw, he never gets nervous. So I don't have any worries about him. I think he's going to do great.
No doubt that he will ramp up here at MSI. Last question for you. You've been playing for 9 years. Last time an LCK team won MSI was in 2017. Former SKT with you playing within the lineup. What makes you think that this time it will be for Korea and on the LCK?
네, 피넛 선수 벌써 9년째 계속해서 좋은 활약을 보여주고 계신데요. 사실은 LCK에서도 마지막으로 MSI를 우승한 게 바로 SKT와 그중에 한 명이 바로 피넛 선수였습니다. 이번에 어떻게 LCK가 다시 한번 또 젠지가 다시 한번 MSI 우승컵을 가져올 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
너무 탐나고요. 너무 탐나는 트로피라서 진짜 죽을 힘 다해서 결승까지 가서 우승할 수 있도록 노력 많이 해보겠습니다.
I really, really want this. I really, really want this MSI trophy. So we're just going to give it our all until we get the trophy in the end.
And that's an amazing debut from you guys already. Peanut. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
Thank you.
파이팅 하세요. Jisun, thank you so much for the translation. And Shox, back to you in cooldown.
Laura and Jisun and Peanut, what a wonderful interview and a wonderful victory from Gen.G as we go into MSI cooldown. After Gen.G, they take the first win of the bracket stage over G2, 3-1, all things said and done. So let's recap Game 4 as we get into it. One of the most competitive ones, I want to say still, but a couple of mistakes by G2 that Gen.G capitalized on phenomenally.
What I really want to highlight here, while we're on the topic of specifically G2, going forward, they actually had a lot of moments, like Hans Sama getting fed, Broken Blade getting this kill. I think for them, the challenge is actually turning those advantages into more and snowballing them, because that is something that I think domestically, when they looked at their best, they were able to do consistently. But in this game, there were a lot of moments where I feel like they got leads and then it kind of stopped there, which allowed Gen.G to scale up to the double 80 carries.
A big difference between the Game 3 draft and this one is just the execution in team fights. It's not just kind of like pick one target, use a lot of CC and damage and blow him up. This is like, do you kind of go in with Broken Blade, try and find a kill with the Draven who has to run in while like Aurelion Sol shoots over the top. It was a lot more complicated, and the game was very close. I think they had a really good early game, and it was just these kinds of Baron situations that started to get away from G2. It was a really aggressive start in trying to bait Gen.G in, and then you kind of heard them talk about the missed execution by Caps going over the wall, getting chunked out.
Is this a situation in which for G2 you're coming into the series, you're getting put on the back foot, you have a certain idea of what you want to do, and you're figuring it out before our eyes, but it's never going to be good enough to beat a team like Gen.G in this specified?
Yeah, that's kind of the problem, is that if you get those leads but they don't snowball, they don't become more, and you allow Gen.G to get to the team fighting stage, exactly what they were able to avoid in the previous game, right, where Gen.G, it was just one player by one player by one player getting taken down. They didn't really ever get to the point where they lost full control of the map, and once it gets to team fights, I think Gen.G is really hard to match.
Yeah, it was an uphill battle the whole way, but I did like seeing the adaptation to the Poppy off the carry junglers, just support, because it felt like pretty one-dimensional, to be honest, when it was like, Yike plays carries, Cap supports him, and that's all we do. So I did like seeing that going forward through the losers bracket for G2, having more options that they can turn to.
I mean, Yike was definitely a highlight in a losing situation, but a lot of highlights on the side of Gen.G, and particularly our 1+ player of the series in FaZe, and he has so much expectation on his shoulders, so much promise, and so much excitement around his character coming into this MSI, and in Game 2 he showed us why.
It was an incredible game for a player of his inexperience, right? And the more I see of him, the more I'm like, I think we should stop talking about it, because in finals he showed that the inexperience didn't matter.
Yeah.
And in this series, I think he did as well. Even in the game number 1, where Hans Sama got a lead on him, he was able to bounce back. In game number 3, I think it was a matchup thing. Didn't play amazingly, had a couple of rough team fights, but the consistency of him specifically, I think is something that we also saw in finals. I think it's the one reason why he got finals MVP when they won against T1.
It was a very hard decision for us to make. We debated Chovy because he had some great games. This one not included. He had that K'Sante game, which kind of took him out of the running. Doran was pretty consistent. But then, yeah, so all of them had different moments where different members had to step up. I think Paze had the highest peak of anyone in this series, especially with that game 2.
I think it's fair. And as you say, the consistency throughout the series, it died the least also. And some of them were just like, oh, we're not going to take this as seriously. He was like, no, we're going to win.
And they did. And if Chovy didn't have that K'Sante game, because Tristana, I think, was actually also great. Might have been him, but that K'Sante game was... I haven't seen Chovy really get punished.
It's
like
good, he got it out
in
of
a
his
long
system.
time.
I was going to say, isn't it a good thing to see that he's playing looser and not like stiff?
Yeah.
You want to see Chovy into a little bit.
I don't think that's true. I'd rather see him
it's
just
true.
win. I'd like that more, personally. Yes, Mark. It'd be nice. But they didn't. And as a result, Paze, I think, really showing up here in his first international best of.
Yes, and Gen G move on to the next stage in our... Not the next stage, sorry. It's long, okay? We're getting used to it. Let's pull up the bracket so you can all see it. They're moving on to their next match. They will be playing the winner of either T1 or the Mad Lions. And, of course, the loser of that matchup will play G2.
Well, hey, you guys didn't get that matchup.
Which matchup?
No, in finals. It's not a.
That's true.
Not a
it's not a finals matchup.
It was the loser bracket side. It was the
True.
finals in winter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
so it is something that EU fans might have seen a couple times. So everyone, I think, is praying for a Mad Lions win to get things shaken up a little bit.
wouldn't say that.
Every single person in existence wants Mad Lions to win, including Chronicler.
No, I know it's your last day. I want to be nice, but I will not.
I'm going out in a blaze of glory, just making stuff up. Chronicler hates T1, wants Mad Lions to win.
Well, we can preview that series in just a second, but I do believe that we have someone from G2 standing by. They're not out yet. They can bounce back. And to hear about that, Laura is standing by with Dylan Falco in the Verizon postgame interview.
And we're back for another interview here at MSI 2023. I have Dylan Falco with me to talk about the unfortunate events from G2 today. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. First reactions on this series. It was really close from an audience perspective, but how was it as a coach? Game 3 leading to Game 4 and didn't quite making it in the end.
A bit of a heartbreaker. I think that we came in today actually thinking we had a decent shot of winning. We think we are quite a strong team. We've been doing very well in scrims here. And I think there was at least a couple of these games that were very, very close and came down to like really pivotal objective fights that we misplayed. So it hurts a bit, right, to lose.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I've seen a lot now, last weeks of us playing against the Asian teams, for example, and I'm excited that there's a loser bracket, let's just say.
Yeah, I mean, we know G2 in the loser bracket. Hopefully it will go well for you guys. I want to talk about the preparation because coming into today, Romain, your manager, was telling me that it was actually hard prepping for Gen G in the sense that the data you had was not outdated, but quite old. And the preparation against them was a bit hard. Can you explain this maybe or elaborate on that?
Yeah, like for example, we had to play official matches in the past weeks, right? So we played a lot of our combos, a lot of our fancy picks, and all this flex and stuff like this, whereas they have not played since the finals. I don't think they threw any huge curveballs, so it wasn't like we were like caught off guard by what they picked today. But there were some question marks about their priorities on certain champs that kind of rose throughout the plans.
Well, what is your analysis as a coach as what it came down to today? Because Game 3, really good. Picking up on the opponent's mistake is not an easy task, even if they were throwing a bit at some point. You have to be able to catch the ball. What did it come down to in Game 4?
So I think that they were able to put a lot of games together where they had a lot of just pressure in the lanes. Their games were up in kills, but we're down in towers. I think part of that is because they're such good laners, right? They're famous for this, Gen G. And partially probably the matchups we're playing as well. That being said, in the 2 games we played Draven, I think we also could have used a bit more playmaking. So once we did have the Fed Draven in these games, that we could force a bit harder and make a bit more happen in the game. I think these are the 2 things that I'm looking to for our losers bracket run. But I think overall these games were close, and even with the drafts in play we had, like there were chances for sure.
Good sign for the LEC here, I expect. You didn't have the best run in the LEC playoffs, especially. How was it having to bounce back, get back on track? I'm talking about Caps here also, who I know needs to get the motivation necessary to perform at international events. So tell me about the prep you guys have been doing backstage to come ready today at MSI.
We have like a lot of people giving great energy backstage. I think BB gave like a really great motivational speech to the team today. Shout out to BB on that one. Yeah, it's good, and we'll still be very excited for the losers bracket. I think we play what, T1 or Mad Lions, which I think we're the two teams we want to face the most in this tournament for very separate reasons. So it should be fun.
T1 Mad Lions, quick hit on how it's going to go tomorrow.
I think T1 will win that series. Yeah.
All right. Well, I hope another day, maybe for the LEC Dylan. Thank you so much for the interview. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, the Mad Lions were tweeting like Gen.G win all day, so I see why Dylan would be like,
oh, it's like if I can't win,
you can't win either, and then I can beat you maybe, and then we can, whatever. Tomorrow, another LEC versus LCK matchup, because that's how the bracket is playing out. Mad Lions up versus T1. Now, today it was 4th seed versus 1st. Tomorrow it's 1st versus 2nd. Is it gonna make a difference?
I love, just as a tangent, Europe being like, it's our 4th seed, guys. It's definitely not our 2nd. Let's be clear.
We're like dunking our own format for that.
Not only that, but when it comes to 4th seed flexes, you're not going to beat the LCK after last year.
That's true. That's true.
I do think that what T1 has shown in their most recent series and finals and what they've shown for the entirety of the LCK split is very, very different. And that is going to be one of my biggest question marks going in tomorrow, because if it's regular season T1, I think the match will be more one-sided than today. Because when T1 is truly on their game, like, all bets are off.
One of the most dominant teams for sure, just in terms of how aggressively they can play through every single lane. Their shot calling is more aggressive than a lot of teams in the world.
I like Barons.
Yeah, they really like Barons. So yeah, I think the question is just, is it going to be playoffs T1 or regular season T1?
But they'll be good tomorrow. And you're leaving, so hot takes, please. Drop us some Marksy takes.
Mad Lions 3-0 easy.
Mercedes, actually, but what?
Mad Lions 3-0 easy.
Is that your hot take?
Yeah,
you did that today and they lost, so.
I was close to being right. 3-1. It was the wrong way.
Kind of. Everybody say bye, Mark.
Bye, Mark.
We're going to miss you. And we'll be back tomorrow with the Mad Lions facing off against T1. See you then.
I'm out.
Howdy.
He's leaving.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, Thresh, another option here that they're going to have to watch out for.
Oh, Draven! Oh, he's got through! Oh, Draven! Summons Draven!
He's back towards the bot lane.
Gonna get caught up with the concussive blows, and Hunsummer will get this one! G2 starting to snowball through this bot lane.
This is getting pretty risky because he has no cleanse.
The charm hits! Caps flashes, Chovy flashes! And take a pew, Caps, because Church is in session. He hasn't got the stacks to get through that Eclipse. Oh! The spear finds its mark.
Oh, hit the spear!
And in the end, it's already a double for Peanut. He ceases and desists. Hook lands, Flame Choppers goes down as well. The Light should be able to walk around this one, but they're just trying to turn the damage back onto Mickey. The Ignite ticking on Mickey, and he'll fall first. Pace takes him.
Peanut likely to retreat here. There is 6 on Broken Blade. Will he look for the flash?
Well, hook on Pace as well, down towards the bottom side. Flashing forward, he has red, white, and he wants to fight. Another hook brings them back. Haze and Delight are putting on a show. Hook goes wide up towards the top side as well, but Yike the Moonlight Mitchell down for Haze! Caps looking for the Tibbers. Delight finds the hook once again. And how delicious it is for Gen.G to clean up G2. Can't really escape, knocked into the wall. Steadfast Presence goes down. They look to burst in first blood, G2.
Guys, look, top. I can go. Good job. It's so deep, okay? Oh my god, this is so good. Oh my god, you're smurfing.
Let's go. Towers aggro and Caps doesn't have a way out. No flash left in the end, Jordan. He's trying to do what they can to get to the blast cone. Chovy opens up that shield. So big, Pace takes another. Starts to get excited. And Gen.G start to get excited too. A shutdown in the top lane. Only Caps and Yike are left standing. And Gen.G are having none of that. Looking to make a date with Destiny, perhaps a rematch versus T1 in the second phase. Gen.G, there was moments of doubt in the middle, but they defied and they claim the victory.